If you look, Representative Toole, and it looks like we're live streaming now. So this will be my last technical issue. You'll see that Representative Toole has in front of his name Representative Will Toole. And I'm sorry to pick on you, Representative Downs. Representative Downs does not have the word representative in front of her name. So the chairs would like either for you to change your own name or to allow Cheryl to change your name during these meetings so that it's easy for people to see who's a representative, who's a senator. After my name, you'll see Opla, so people know I am not part of the committee. So unless someone objects, during the meeting, Cheryl will change your name if you're not able to do it yourself. The way you could do it is, again, you go to the participants, you go over to your name by the More button, and you hover over it, and you can rename yourself.
Great. Well, thank you, Lynn. Now that we're streaming live, I would just indicate again that this is the State and Local Government Committee meeting, and we are doing an orientation pretty much today. Each of the members have introduced themselves, but Representative Greenwood, you've joined us. I just called on everybody to say a little bit about themselves, so I'd ask if you could tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Randall Greenwood. I represent House District 82, which is the towns of Monmouth, Litchfield, and my hometown of Wales. I do have previous service. I served in the 127th legislature on state and local government.
Great. Well, welcome, and
Thank
we
you.
appreciate your service. I think Representative Matlack, we were going to hear from Cheryl McGowan as well, the committee clerk, and Lauren Mateer. Is that the plan? Okay. So Cheryl, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I will. My name is Cheryl McGowan, and I'm the committee clerk, learning right along with you folks. So if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll try to get it for you as quickly and as I can. I come from Cornville, Maine, and I travel down here every day and go home every day. So I have a daughter, a husband, 3 cats, and a dog, and 9 chickens. So.
Well, thank you. Lauren Mateer.
Hi, my name is Lauren Mateer. I work in the Office of Fiscal and Program Review, or OFPR for short. This is my second full legislative session staffing the legislature, and I just had a new daughter in October.
Oh, congratulations. It's great.
Thank you.
Nancy Bodine. Nancy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'm Nancy Bodine. I'm not on the committee, but I did want to meet everyone.
Great.
Because I do think I'll be at many of your meetings. I'm the fiscal administrator for unorganized territory, and I know I'm not on until later today, but like I said, I did want to see the beginning of the meeting today.
Okay, so, well, welcome.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I think that we were going to have introductions, and then we were going to have the state treasurer talk, because I know we're way ahead of schedule. Representative Matlack, is there anything that you think we need to cover?
I believe that that Lynn has some discussion items around committee rules and so forth to get us going. She was waiting for us to go online before she started.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Tutoring us.
Take it away.
Thank you, Representative Matlack and Senator Baldacci. Yes, I have like a whole hour. I won't take a whole hour, but you're cutting me off already. And part of my discussion, I'll turn it back to Lauren, and we'll talk about some stuff. So those of you who've been on other committees know that the analyst does a general overview introduction. I know that HHS committee has quite extensive introductions and orientations because of the type of work that they do. I am not going to put you through all of that, but I do just want to give you, especially because we have new members to the legislature, a general idea of some of the basic rules and who I am and what I do. So I am an attorney, but I am the analyst for this committee in marine resources. Not all analysts are attorneys. And I don't know, Senator Baldacci, there's, I see Representative Reisman and another new person. Do you want me to pause and let them be introduced?
Yes, good morning, Representative Reisman. Who's, oh, and okay, and who is the other representative that just came in? Representative Reisman, we've been introducing ourselves. Good morning. Could you introduce yourself as well?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Good. Sorry for the delay. I don't know, I didn't have the right link number. I kept saying the meeting was Wednesday, so a little gyration, but I got through.
Thank you.
My name is Walter Reisman, Representative Walter Reisman. I represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark. This is the second time I've been on this committee. I look forward to working with everyone. I'm sorry I didn't get the other introductions, so we'll catch up with some. So, is that
It's
enough?
great to have you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Right. And Representative Tool, you have your hand up?
Yes, Senator, thank you. I was just thinking, because of the live stream being delayed and public watching, we probably ought to, I hate to suggest it, but we probably ought to do introductions again briefly, just so everybody out there watching knows who's who. So
I that's fine. I was thinking that too, but now that you mentioned it, I'm fine with that. So I'm just going to go around with the horseshoe that I have anyway. And Representative Reisman, did you want to say anything more other than to introduce yourself? Like, what committees have you served on and how in the legislature?
This is my second term in the legislature. I previously served on state and local government. That's been my only committee. All I can say is that our committee has a lot of hard work ahead along with the legislature, and I look forward to the challenge. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, so we'll do the introductions now that we're fully streaming live now. And Representative Francis Head, good morning. Okay, well, we'll come back to Representative Francis Head. Representative Sean Paulus. Representative, I know you introduced yourself, but now that we're streaming, could you let the public know?
I can. Representative Sean Paulus. I represent District 52, which is the city of Bath. I've served, this is my second term in the legislature, but my first term on state and local last year. I served on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. And I've also served on the Bath City Council for 12 years. And so looking forward to working on this committee and working with all of you.
Thank you, Representative Paulus. Representative Mark Bryant. You're still muted. We can't hear you.
Up here.
Oh, now we can. Thank you,
Thank
Mark.
you, Senator. I'm Mark Bryan. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham. This is my 8th non-consecutive term. I've served on many committees, but the last 6 years I've been on state, local, and transportation. And welcome, glad to be here.
Thank you, Representative Bryant. That's great. Representative William Toole.
good morning again, everyone. I am Representative Will Toole. I cover the Machias area plus Lubec and Eastport, House District 139. I'm the House Republican lead here on state and local. I also serve on environment and natural resources and have served on state and local government the last term and my first term. And this is my fourth term, so kind of a veteran of the committee, so to speak. And for Senator Claxton, the Route 9 is fine. He'll know what I mean by that. So.
Thank you, Representative Tool. Senator Kim Rosen?
Yes, Senator Kimberly Rosen. I live in Bucksport. My district goes from Castine all the way up to Lincoln, and this is my 15th year in the legislature. I was on criminal justice and public safety. I was on transportation for many years, natural resources, my very first term, and I chose this committee this year, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, great to have you. Thank you. Senator Ned Claxton?
Good morning again. I'm Ned Claxton and I represent Senate District 20, which is Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. This is my second time round on state and local. And last year during the winter, we got almost daily updates about the condition of Route 9 as Representative Toole was commuting into the committee. That's what he was referencing, and I'll sleep better tonight knowing that Route 9 is fine. Thank you, Representative Toole.
Who does Route 9 is a beautiful road. Let's see. Representative Dorr is not with us, but Representative Lynn Copeland, you are with us.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Copeland. I represent part of Saco, District 14, House District 14. I live on Route 9 down here in Saco. I am a former city councilor and former chair of the Saco Conservation Commission, and I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes, I'm Kathy Downs, and I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington. I'm a retired town clerk of 27 years in 2019, and then I was elected to the town council in 2019, and I also serve on the Judiciary Committee, and this is my first term.
Great. Well, thank you, Representative. Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Representative Greenwood, representative in House District 82, which is Litchfield, Monmouth, my hometown of Wales, spanning between Androscoggin and Kennebec County.
Great.
And I did serve in the 127th on this committee.
Great. Thank you for your service. Representative Ann Matlack, the House Co-Chair.
Good morning. I am Ann Matlack. I represent District 92 in the Mid-Coast area, includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands. I also serve on the Taxation Committee, and this is my second term in the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. My name is Joe Baldacci. I served 12 years on the Bangor City Council. I served twice as mayor. It's my first term in the legislature. I'm chairing this committee, and I'm also a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, which is chaired by my colleague, Senator Ned Claxton. So we're going to be seeing a lot of each other during this session, and I look forward to it. Representative Head?
Yes.
Okay, can you just do a brief, we're going around again because the streaming wasn't working the first time. So could you introduce yourself again to the?
Yes, I live in Bethel. My district is 117. I have 23 towns and townships in Oxford and Franklin County. I have been a select person. I have served on the school board for 7 years. Budget committees for the county and the town of Bethel. And I hope that I can continue to be of public service when my term is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Representative Matlack and Lynn, do you have other rules you want to go through with in terms of discussion?
Yes. Okay. So, but if you don't mind, Senator, I'm going to do a little bit of other introduction so that Lauren can do her portion, because and then she can sign off if she needs to. And then the last thing I can bring up are the committee rules, if that's all right with the two of you.
Yes, that works.
Okay, so, well, hello again. I am the OPLA analyst for this committee. The most important things that I want you to know about the analyst and my role I'm going to start with, which is the most important thing to me, is that I am a nonpartisan staff, as is Lauren, which means that we provide analysis to you. I provide legal and policy. Lauren provides fiscal. That is objective, is not tied to a political position. And when I say I'm nonpartisan, that means I do not have bumper stickers on my car. I do not have signs on my yard. I do not post anything in public that indicates what my political perspective is, because in this job, it's very important that I am nonpartisan and that you are confident that I am nonpartisan. I get to vote. That is the only partisan activity that I engage in. Because this legislature, Maine is unique. Not all states have nonpartisan staff. But years and years ago, the nonpartisan staff was established so that you could have information to make your decisions, that you did not have to question whether there was a hidden agenda. So there is no political hidden agenda on my part. If there's a hidden agenda, it is to do the best that I can for the committee. The other thing I want you to all to keep in mind is I work for the committee and I work for all of you individually. So for example, if there's a bill that comes in front of the committee and you would like an amendment, you individually or 2 or 3 of you would like an amendment, but you want to talk to someone about it first, you can come meet with me. You can instruct me to draft you an amendment. I do so at your request. I do so confidentially. So conversations with me are confidential unless they are occurring in a public forum. And they remain confidential unless and until you instruct me to share that. They are not confidential within my office because I need to work and consult with others in my office. But for the rest of the world out there, I work for you individually, I work for you collectively, and I work in a nonpartisan, confidential way. And so I think that that's the most important thing. And I think Lauren's going to say that also applies to the way that she works. Related to confidentiality, I just want to raise the Maine Freedom of Access Act, which applies to the work that we all do. It needs to occur in a public forum. And for now, that public forum is the Zoom meeting platform and the YouTube live stream. So we are all on YouTube. My goal for this session is that I don't go viral in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that's going to happen given the nature of my job, but it's just my own personal goal, in case you're all wondering. But as far as the Freedom of Access Act goes, so you know that all your emails, excuse me, are accessible under the Freedom of Access Act. These meetings are work papers behind the scenes are public records at the end of the session. If you have questions about that nuance, I am more than happy to discuss it, but I'm just going to kind of move on because most of the time we don't have to, most of the time we don't get Freedom of Access Act requests. So most of the time we don't need to worry, other than you need to conduct the business of the people in the public. And that brings up the issue of a subcommittee. So the rule is that if 3 or more, not from the same party, so if 3 or more legislators get together to talk about business of the committee, and they've been appointed to talk about business of the committee, that should be done in the public. The exception, of course, are the caucuses, which are not public. I think you all have been informed that there's the caucus potential during a public hearing or a work session. My understanding is the partisan offices are the sources of how that works and how to do it. So I'm not going to say more about that because I don't know more about that. I think if you don't mind, I'm going to share a screen. I'm going to try and share a screen because when we get into the thick of things, I'm going to be sharing with you all the unofficial calendar. And I just wanted to point out to you to me is the most important thing is over here on the right-hand side. I will list for you every bill that's been referred. And over here, it will tell you, these are the bills that have been referred, but that need a public hearing. You'll see below, for example, work session to be scheduled. I recently learned that the biennial budget is going to be handled sometime in February, likely to be handled. So you'll see under work session, biennial budget, and you'll see yellow, which says mid-February. Yellow means it's not a done deal. But every week, usually by the end of the day, Wednesday or Thursday, I will send you a schedule that will list what's happening in the next few weeks. And more importantly to me, where we are with our bills, where they're public hearings, work sessions, amendments. And this is hopefully a tool for you to kind of know what's coming down the pike. This again is the unofficial calendar. So please do not rely on it. The week by week calendar that you should rely on is the official calendar that comes out through Cheryl. And I'm going to share another screen. So she will send that to you every week. And that will have what's happening for the next upcoming week. So another thing I just want to point out is this page, which is the state and local government webpage. You will see this will have links. I'm hoping my screen is scrolling. If it isn't, please let me know. But if you want, for example, you want to know the public hearings, you just come to this page, click this link, and you'll get the calendars. The other thing I think is important to know is because we're all non-paper this session, those of you who have been here in the past may be wondering, where do I find stuff? Everything will be posted on this page under committee materials. So if you click that, hopefully my page has changed. You'll see orientation materials. So we're in orientation right now. You click that open. Here's a whole bunch of materials that you can look at and print out if you wish. You'll also see on this page the supplemental budget materials. So next week or this week? This week on Wednesday is the joint hearing with the Appropriations Committee on the budget. So if you click on this, you will find all the budget pages, hopefully, that will be discussed with the Appropriations Committee, and then that will be voted on. So that's where the budget material is. And the more important one, once we get going with work sessions and public hearings, this committee meeting materials by LD is where you're going to find committee materials. Not the testimony that's posted on a separate page. Because we don't have any public hearings yet, there's nothing here, but that's where you can find, in addition to me emailing them or Cheryl emailing them, that's where you can find a lot of the day-to-day material that you're going to need to do your job. And now I'm going to try and stop my screen share. So there is information on that webpage under orientation on how to read a bill, because some of you who are new might not know that, or some of you who are want a refresher.
Lynn, if you could hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Representative Toole has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Lynn. I think you've done a very great job laying this out. I just think for the newer folks, do you want to touch on generally we meet, what days of the week we meet, what the general flow of work generally is?
I am happy to do that, Representative Toole. So this committee is assigned to meet on Monday and Wednesdays. In the past, the workload of this committee, if you basically meet every Monday and Wednesday and work the bills that are before you, we can get the job done. Some of you know it's actually a competition for some people, whether or not we get our work done before anyone else. I will tell you that state and local does have the potential to be a winner in that category. We were not in the first session of the 129th, but we were pretty close. The way the committee works and the way things happen is bills are referred to the committee. Generally, it would be happening on the floor of the House and the Senate, but because of Zoom, bills are referred by the clerk and the secretary of the House and the Senate. They will appear on that calendar on the right-hand column. If a bill is, so pre-COVID, pre-Zoom, when the bill was referred from the floor, that was an opportunity for members of this committee or other committees to say, we don't think that's the right committee, let's re-refer it. Because of the way we're operating now, if a bill is referred to this committee, the committee can then ask for it to be re-referred somewhere else. So if you see a bill that the committee doesn't think belongs here, there is a process that we go through. There are forms, and whenever I say there's a form, I mean there's a form that Lynn will fill out for you. So the bills are referred. We set up public hearings. We have to notice the public hearing the Wednesday at noon, 2 weeks ahead. You hold public hearings. The schedule may list, I generally list the bills for public hearing in numerical order or the order you want them to appear. That does not mean that the day of the hearing, the public hearings are going to go in order. They all start, let's say, at 9 a.m. It may, at the chair's discretion, the order of public hearings may change. One example is if you have a bill with a public hearing where there's 2 members of the public who want to testify, and you have another bill that has 200 members of the public that want to testify, which I will say never has happened at state and local, but some committees do have hundreds of people. The chairs may decide to let the bill that only has 2 people go first, so those 2 people don't have to wait for 200. But again, the order of the public hearing and the work sessions is at the chair's discretion. Sometimes it changes because a particular sponsor has time to come at first thing or later, but basically that's flexible. You hold a public hearing, you all get to listen to testimony. You have an opportunity then to ask me to do more research. If there's, for example, you may say, Lynn, could you please let us know about the last time this bill came before the legislature? So the public hearing allows you to hear from the public, ask some very basic questions, not argumentative or advocate, not respectful, I think is the word that's used in the rules. So at the public hearing, you gather testimony, you can ask for further research from me. Usually a week later, we will hold a work session on the bill where I will present an analysis to you. You have the opportunity to invite, at the chair's discretion, some of the interested parties or advocates to talk. Maybe there's an amendment somebody wants. Maybe there are specific questions. Oftentimes you may be asking a department to report back. So that's the opportunity for the committee to work a bill. You can work a bill over several sessions, several meetings. You actually can go straight from a public hearing to a work session. If it's a bill that the committee is pretty, you all know pretty much that you're going to vote in favor or vote against. You don't have to wait a week to hold a work session. You can hold it immediately after. But generally, you hold a public hearing, a week later, you hold a work session. That's where you discuss amendments. After you work a bill, you do have to vote on every bill. You have to report it out. It's ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass. The committee can be divided. It can be divided as, there could be 2 amendments. So there would be 2 ought to passes as amended, and the amendments could be different. But you do have to report out every bill before, that's the request. If you don't, if the committee does not report out a bill when the session is adjourned, that bill it dies in committee. But generally you do report it out, and then it will be voted on by the two bodies of the House of the legislature. And if I've missed something, please someone raise your hand. There's a lot of details. I guess one thing I'll say is you may ask me to do an amendment and I will draft it up. It will be reviewed internally in my office. I will present it to you at what I call a language review. And you'll say, yes, Lynn, that looks like what we want. Or no, Lynn, change it. But once we get to, yes, Lynn, that looks like what we want, I then send it to the revisor's office and to OFPR. And the revisor's office is going to tweak it more because they do the nitty gritty details of drafting. And if they come up with a substantial change, I will bring that bill back to you. You will need to reconsider it and revote on whether or not the committee will accept that substantial change. The only reason there will be a substantial change is if something was missed.
And Lynn, hold on. So I first want to ask people, because there's a lot of information there. So I want to ask representatives and senators on the committee if they have questions at this point, or they're fine. They have any questions or concerns or anything? If not, we'll just go forward. But I wanted to make sure we took a little pause. Okay, while we're taking notes. Okay. Thank you,
Senator Baldacci. It is not lost on me that some of you may, I may have lost you, or this may be way more detail than you need. It's a very delicate balance, and at this point, let me just say that when these things come before you in committee, this will be brought, we'll redo this. I will re-share with you what needs to happen. Other members of the committee who have been around for a while, and you know who you are, also have quite a bit of knowledge on how the process works. And if I don't catch something, they will catch something and say, no, we need to do A before we do B. So I will move on from that because there is a lot of minutia. In addition, just as I said, you vote on a bill, or if you don't, it dies in committee. Another option is a carryover bill, which those of you who've been here before know about. And that is, if you can't get to the decision you need by the end of the session, you can request that a bill be carried over to the second regular session to give yourself more time. So that is an option to keep in the back of your head. Sometimes why you delay it or carry it over is to allow for studies or work groups during the interim. You will be hearing about some of those because there are topics that come back year after year after year before every committee. And some of those topics have been studied before. So when they come to the committee this year, part of my analysis will be this bill, this topic was here before in the 129th, and there was a committee that studied it. And so I will share that with you. But you always have the option to set up working groups or study committees. And just so you know, I'm getting close to the end.
No, we're enjoying this. So you're our institutional memory in addition. You're the institutional memory in addition to Representative Toole.
Yes, I am. And actually, there are other committee members who've been here. I did.
No, I know. I'm just teasing you, but no, I appreciate that.
It's and I appreciated it when someone taught me that, there is a history to a lot of this, and it is relevant. I'm going to do the last portion, which is the fiscal portion, and so that's my cue for for Lauren. I'm going to turn
Representative
it.
Wiseman's hand was up real quick.
Oh, I'm
Thank you,
sorry,
Madam Chair.
Representative
I
Wise.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to know on carryover bills, is that committee initiated or sponsor initiated?
The committee has to make the request to the presiding officers to carry over a bill. That doesn't mean a sponsor can't ask the committee to say, I need more time. The sponsor may say, committee, I need more time. I want to work on this more. Interested parties. The committee, though, is the one who makes the final decision whether to ask for carryover or vote it. So I'm going to let Lauren do a little bit of her stuff, and then it's going to be back to me for state mandates and committee rules.
Okay, so again, my name is Lauren Mateer. I work in the Office of Fiscal and Program Review. We're a nonpartisan, independent office of the state legislature, similar to Lynn. I work confidentially, so if you ever have a question about something financial that for whatever reason you don't want to work through the department, you are free to ask me that question, and I will provide the information that I have to you confidentially. And also without any hidden agendas, since I am nonpartisan. So the Office of Fiscal and Program Review is here in the legislature to provide historical, current, projected, and proposed appropriations, expenditures, taxes, and revenue, as well as other fiscal information upon request. If you go to our website, which you can navigate to through the main state legislature site, we have a lot of publications on the website. Just about every department in state government. We have a 10-year appropriations history, so you can look up Office of the State Auditor and see how much money from the general fund maybe is appropriated to the state auditor every year, if that's something that interests you. We have a lot of information about revenues coming into state government. A lot of great information. If you can't find it, always feel free to email me and I can provide that information to you. Our other main task, as Lynn alluded to, was once you guys are done working on a bill, it's kind of in its final amended form, Lynn will send it to our office, and for this committee, it would be me primarily, and we do what's called a fiscal analysis, a fiscal note on the bill. So a fiscal note is just an evaluation of a bill's impact on the state government finances. So again, say the state auditor's office, you guys have a bill that maybe requires a new report that the auditor needs to complete. I would then get that bill. I'd work with the state auditor to see how much money that new report might cost for the auditor to complete. Maybe they need to contract out, get some more fiscal analysis on it. And then I would get back to you saying this bill would cost $10,000 to the state and include an appropriation to the auditor to make that so that they would have the money to be able to do that report. Fiscal notes that have appropriations in them, we generally send to something called the special appropriations table. So generally at the end of the year, the appropriations committee goes through something called the special appropriations table, and they review all of the bills that have an impact to state government. And it's kind of like the final review to make sure that the budget is balanced, that we're not spending a lot more money than we actually have revenue to support. So the appropriations committee then reviews it, kind of gives it the final okay or not, and it's on its way. And I think that's a lot of information and it's really high level. So if anybody has questions on that, please feel free to ask me. It'll really become clear, I think, once you guys go through the process and you get your first fiscal note. I will say the majority of fiscal notes are usually minor cost, can be absorbed by the department that's affected, and it can just carry on without going to that special appropriations table that I mentioned. And I think that is it. If I don't have any questions, I can transition now to the state mandate portion.
Why don't you go? I don't see any questions. So I think when we talked with the leads on Friday, we said that people need to raise their hand if they want to ask a question because there's different ways. And I think that, so I don't see questions being asked, so I go right ahead.
Great. So something else that sometimes comes up, especially in this committee during the fiscal note process, is a state mandate. So it's the responsibility of OFPR to identify if a given bill is creating a state mandate on a local unit of government. So what does that mean? That means that a bill is asking, say, like the county government to do a new task, and that new task is either new or it's a big expansion of what it's currently doing. And that task is something that's going to cost that local unit of government money. And so in that case, that's something that OFPR would say, hold on, you're asking these local governments to do something new. It's going to cost them a lot of money. If you want to do that, you should fund that new activity. Because if not, how are they going to find the funds to do this, and the state's requiring them to do it? This is something that's required in the Maine Constitution for us to identify in a bill. And so you'll get back a fiscal note, and it'll have at the top, it'll say OFPR has flagged this as a potential state mandate. And at that point, Lynn will then take it to you guys. And then Lynn, I think you said that you were going to go over the potential options that they have once something's identified as a mandate. So I don't know if you want to do that now.
Yes, I can do that now. So as Lauren said, and this committee does get, because you're state and local government, you will get bills that are identified by OFPR as a potential state mandate. The Constitution requires that if the legislature enacts a law that expands or modifies the activities of a local unit of government, you either need to fund 90% of the cost, 90, or the legislature has to approve the new law by a 2/3 vote. Sometimes, oftentimes during the public hearing portion, if there is a state mandate or a potential, oftentimes different advocacy groups, particularly Maine Municipal Association, will testify that they think this creates a state mandate. So sometimes you'll know ahead of time that there's a potential state mandate, and it won't be a surprise when OFPR tags it as such. You will experience that there is a disagreement about whether something is a state mandate. And so so an advocacy group might say, I think this is a state mandate. OFPR might say, this looks like a state mandate, and they will flag it as a potential state mandate. That will lead me to start a conversation with you all. Sometimes I will say, in my legal opinion, it's not a state mandate because X, Y, and Z. It's your decision whether that sounds reasonable or not. So one of the options, if, for example, I come to you and I say, I don't think this is a state mandate, one of the things the committee can do is put in the bill summary that the committee does not think it's a state mandate, but it's been tagged as such by OFPR. You do that, and the bill's still going to go to the special appropriations table because OFPR has flagged it as a potential mandate, and it will be the appropriations committee that will then decide whether or not it truly is a state mandate. That's option one. Another option is that you provide 90% of the funding for whatever that bill is. And I have not seen that happen, but it's an option. The third option is that you put in what's called a mandate preamble, which means the bill must be approved by 2/3 of the legislature. If it is voted on by 2/3 of the legislature, then that law goes into effect without funding, and the municipalities, the local units of government, must follow the new law. Another option is you do nothing. And if it makes it out of the special appropriations table without funding, without a 2/3 vote, the local units of government don't have to follow it. And when these come to you, I will go through this again, but there are options for the committee to consider. And when I said earlier, there's a lot of debate on it. I'll give you two examples. So during the 129th, there was a bill to change the name of a part of Maine. I think it was like Township 285. I made that up, but it was a number, and they wanted to have a name. There were 20 legal voters within that township. So the committee said, yes, let's let this town change its name. To do that, the town had to mail out to the 20 residents a document saying that this is going to be, a vote, because it had to be voted on by the people. So 20 times 44 cents a stamp, it's like $8 and some odd cents. That was a mandate, because I didn't think it was a mandate, but others thought it was a mandate. It's debatable. So that is a mandate, but there was a court case where a school district was instructed to do something, and they sued claiming that it was a state mandate. And the law court said, no, it's not an expansion of what you're required to do. And in that case, the school district was required to collect information. And what the legislature did was kind of identify what form that information collection had to take, which did require them to create forms and collect data. But the court said that's not an expansion, because you already had the obligation to collect the data. The legislature is not changing it. They're just telling you how to do it. So the bottom line is it's gray area, but there are options, and I will share those options with you when we run into this situation. Oh, I forgot one option. There is the other option that if the bill said this town shall change its name, that's a mandate. You could say this town may change its name. It's no longer required. It's no longer a mandate. Oftentimes you will decide, not always, because sometimes you want something to happen, but sometimes if you put the word may in as opposed to shall, you've destroyed, there's no more mandate. But again, and I see Lauren's hand up, so even though I'm going to pause.
So I just wanted to say, OFPR, we don't identify things as mandates just to be difficult. Whenever I think, oh, this might be a mandate, I kind of pause because I know it's going to be a difficult road a little bit. So we're not trying to be difficult. It's just part of our jobs. We're being nonpartisan and following the Constitution, making sure we're not putting an undue burden on local governments financially without giving it a lot of consideration. So I apologize in advance if something is identified as a mandate, but I promise we'll work through it. It'll all be good.
You guys are essentially checking all of our legislation. So before it comes before the full House or Senate, it's met all the P's and Q's basically. So
exactly.
I understand. So, any questions? Any other questions? Okay, Lynn.
And I will say, Lauren and I do work closely. If something comes over that they identify as a mandate, and I'm not sure, we'll talk because we both learn from the other person. So it is a collaborative effort with OFPR, definitely. And neither of us are out to get the committee. So that is a quick overview. Lauren, did you have anything else you wanted to share about the OFPR process?
I don't think so. I just wanted to again say I'm available as a resource to you. Our website's also a great resource. So if you ever have questions, please just feel free to shoot me an email and I will respond to you.
So now I was going to talk about the committee rules and then hopefully end in a little bit before the next group in case the chairs wanted to allow you all to have a break.
Well, I think it might be helpful. I don't know what you think, Representative Matlack, just take a 5-minute break and come back. Is that okay? So we can stretch our legs.
That's fine. Lynn, did you want to do that before or after you spoke?
Oh, we can take the break now, and that will force me to be limited in how long I talk. So that might be a good
Oh,
thing.
we don't want you to be limited.
No worries.
The whole thing, but yeah. Why don't we take a 5-minute break now, and then people can get up and stretch their legs. So when we do that, you can mute yourself and also stop the video, and then we will come back at 11:15 approximately, and we will have Lynn go
Explain.
forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Representative Bryant, you're going to have to fix your background. Took me a minute to quite figure out what it said back there. You're on mute. Where'd he go? It's oh, I like that one. There you go. No, it was backwards. So it took me a second to read Town of Winthrop.
If you go mirror, it'll turn it around. Representative Mark Bryant.
Okay, we're back. It's 11:16. Lynn, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. So one of the first things that the committee usually votes on at the beginning of the session are the committee rules. So the committee rules, there's a standard rule that the presiding officers have approved. And this session, because we're operating by Zoom, there's a addendum to it. So I'm going to go through them quickly, highlighting some of the rules that apply to the conduct of the committee. And while I'm doing that, I will mention the most common requested amendment. So the committee has to operate according to these rules. The committee has the ability to request an amendment or more than one amendment to the rules. The presiding officers, it's at their discretion. And the most common amendment has to do with food and drink. When I first thought about this project, I thought that that was not an issue for the committee because we're working remotely. But these rules apply both to the first and to the second session. So if perchance we are back in the committee room during the second regular session, you may care about food and drink in the committee room. So as I said, I'm going to go through them briefly. I'm going to screen share. I've highlighted kind of the things that I think are important for you all to know, but you may want to look these over in more detail. So as I said, these are standard rules. It says the 127. So the standard rules really haven't changed. But it sets up a lot of requirements. For example, hopefully I'm scrolling and it mentions that you need 7 members, which includes a senator, to start a meeting and to vote. And after the meeting is started, you don't need to maintain a quorum. You can adjourn without a quorum, but you cannot vote unless there's a quorum. And you need a senator to be present. The other rule I think is important, and this is the one that often gets changed, is smoking and eating. So the rule says that committee members may only consume water and that food can be consumed and beverages, so beverages is broader than water, if the committee is working past 6 p.m. and it's a work session. The most common change that committees make, and I think either now or at a later date, the committee will discuss it and then vote. But the most common change is to allow committee members to consume beverages and food, both at a public hearing and a work session. And the reason this is important in the non-COVID world is you all are going to be running from meeting to meeting, and work sessions will be scheduled, public hearings will be scheduled. And if you were not allowed to eat or drink in the committee room, you may go long hours without food. So that's the most common one, but I'll go through the rest. The other thing, and this is on page, let's see, I don't know what page it is. I think it's page 3. This is, I think, one of the most important ones to me, and it's one you all follow. You just don't realize you are, and that is to basically to be treat the members of the public with respect. You refrain from argumentative, oppressive, repetitive, embarrassing questions. The other thing that is important to remember is if you are the primary sponsor for a bill that comes to this committee, then during the public hearing, generally the primary sponsor refrains from questioning the witnesses. However, there are situations where you may want to ask a clarifying question and the chairs can grant permission. But generally, if you're the primary sponsor, you're not a major participant in the questioning back and forth. Refrain from making phone calls. When the committees are together, I'm just going to share this for those of you who are new. Oftentimes, there's a rule that if your phone goes off, you have to pay money to the clerk, and the clerk will then supply the clerks. If the clerks have money, they can supply the room with chocolates or snacks. So oftentimes there's an unofficial rule that if your phone goes off, you have to pay money, but we don't put that in the official rule request. I just mentioned that. You all know that questions are addressed to the chair. We're using the chat, the raised hand. And similarly, members of the public or the audience do not participate unless they're invited to do so by the chair, one of the chairs. And again, when we have a flow within a room, it's often signals or quick questions that the chairs become aware that a member of the committee may want to hear from someone. How that's going to work out in Zoom, I think it's going to be an evolving process. As far as voting, I mentioned earlier that on the Zoom platform, we must be able to visually verify your vote by either hearing it or seeing a raised hand, and that includes having your visually there. So if you've stopped sharing your screen, your video, then you need to share your video. If you're not present, or for example, if you are calling into a meeting, so you're only here through a phone number, you have until noon of the second business day following the vote to register your vote. In the addendum, you can do that electronically. But anyway, second business day after the vote. I mentioned this earlier. You can't make substantial changes unless you vote to reconsider and amend, but I mentioned that before. The budget process. The supplemental budget is coming up. The joint hearing with AFA is coming up on Wednesday.
Lynn, hold on for a second.
Yes.
Representative Toole has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So during Chairs and Leads on Friday, when we discussed the process for voting, I thought we discussed at one point that it was going to be a voice vote, so that with your picture showing up, everybody votes. You have to say yay or nay to whatever the motion is. And I'm not sure if that's encapsulated in these or going to be going forward, but I realize we're not voting today, but I just thought that was the case. And if I'm wrong, I apologize.
No, I think we did discuss that. Lynn, you want to clarify that issue for everybody?
Yes, so I think what Representative Toole said is correct, that the Chairs and Leads and the rules, the addendum that I'll show next, requires a visually verifiable. And so what the Chairs and Leads decided on Friday, which matches the addendum, is that you need to be seen. So you need to have your screen visual, and Cheryl the clerk will read off the names just like a roll call in the horseshoe, and you will indicate your approval orally. So a yay or a nay. So that is the process. So the budget process, the committees participate by being able to attend the joint hearing. You can send a subcommittee, so the committee can decide that it will send a subgroup of 3 to 5, at least 3, but no more than 5, who serve as the liaison. But as far as the joint hearing, any member of the committee is invited. You will get a link if you have not already. That will come from Maureen Dawson, who is the AFA clerk. So there will be a joint hearing. The departments will testify. And then at a later date, but in this case before Friday the 5th, you will hold a work session. And the departments are generally invited to come to answer your questions. At the work session, you will vote your recommendation. So AFA and not the policy committee, state and local, makes the final decision on the budget, but the committee as a whole will vote on each item in the budget that is within your purview. So that will take place sometime next week. And then there will be, I will put together what's called a report out, and that will go to the AFA, and it will say the committee voted 10-2, unanimous, whatever the vote is, for or against each item in the budget that is within your jurisdiction. And the AFA appropriations will then make a decision. You're also going to have the biennial budget to consider this year. And I mentioned earlier, sometime in February is when it's likely we're going to go through the same process. Usually appropriations will come to the committee near the end of the session and say, please prioritize all your bills. So you're going to have bills that get sent to the appropriations, placed on the special appropriations table because they cost money. The Appropriations Committee will say, okay, state and local, what's your priority among the 10 bills that are sitting here? And you will have an opportunity as a committee to vote on the priority. So that's the involvement of the committee in the budget process. Any questions on that part? Okay, so that's all of the committee rules. The addendum, which I'm going to share now. Addendum. Again, it's called the COVID electric meeting addendum. And it talks about voting. And here it says, oh no, that's not the one. Sorry. It mentions, for example, the other rule I showed you, and the other rules say that if someone's going to testify, they have to give 20 copies, printed copies to the clerk. Because we're in the Zoom world, no more need to give 20 copies. Similarly, questions must be addressed through the chair, as we've talked about. Some of these are similar, and they're just kind of a clarification that because it's via Zoom, the invitation has to go to the chair, and the way the chairs and leads decided is they're using the raised hand function. This is about the voting C and D. When I said you have until the noon, 2 days following the vote to register your vote on a bill, it's going to be done electronically during this, under the COVID amended rules. You do not have to actually go to a committee room or to a clerk because we're performing everything remotely. So again, I will email these to everyone without the highlights for your records. And at some point soon, the committee, the chairs will ask that the committee discuss the rules and whether you want to propose any amendments. And then I will draft, it will go to the presiding officers. They will either approve or deny, and then the committee will have its specific rules of operation. And that's all I have for my portion,
Okay,
Senator
thank
Bavachi
you.
and Representative Matlack.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you, we're going to have the state treasurer speak, I think, in a few moments. Is that correct?
They are here.
That's
Okay,
correct.
great. Well, why don't we welcome them? State Treasurer Henry Beck. Good to see you, sir.
Hi, Senator Balashi. Hello, everyone.
Nice to see you. Senator,
Good morning.
is your deputy treasurer with you as well?
He is not. So we are playing musical chairs today. He's with appropriations for much of today, and I'll be with you for a few minutes this morning.
Okay, great. Well, I'll let you have the floor, and you can give us an orientation about the duties and responsibilities of the state treasurer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the committee. My name is Henry Beck, and I have the honor of serving as state treasurer this term and heading the office that reports to this committee. We are within your jurisdiction, and we look forward to working with you this session. Just by way of brief background, this is my 3rd year as state treasurer, my 11th year in state service, because I had the honor of serving in the House of Representatives for 4 terms, 8 years, on what was then the Insurance and Financial Services Committee, previously known as the Insurance and Banking Committee. So I understand.
Mr. State Treasurer, I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to note that Representative Donna Farrington Dorr is joined us. Donna, you're on mute. Can you say hi? Great to have you.
Thank you, Senator. I had a medical appointment in Southern Maine, so I'm a little late, and I'm glad to be back serving on the state and local committee.
Great. We're glad to have you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
State Treasurer Beck, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want to make sure Representative Dorr was recognized, and please.
No worries at all.
Please go forward, sir.
And so, and if, people do often ask, well, what does the state treasurer do? What are they all about? And if I was to describe the office, and by the way, this is a constitutional office, of course, it appears in Article 5, Part 3 of the Constitution of Maine, is that we act as a fiduciary to the state. And that is that we operate with a duty of loyalty and care to the financial health and the financial position of the state, of state government and Maine people. And so in every question that's presented to us, every act we take, we aim to keep that role as fiduciary really top of mind. We have a number of core functions that appear in statute, and our statute's laid out in Title 5, Section 135. The first really is, some people describe the state treasurer as the state's banker. That's probably a fair description, but one of our most important and maybe even but least visible functions is cash management. We literally manage the cash of the state that comes in from taxpayers, from the federal government and others. So just to give you a picture of what we do, in fiscal year 2020, we reconciled over 100,000 cash receipts. We sent out over 800,000 state checks. We effectuated over 4 million electronic fund transfers. And every day we make a decision. And if you look at the Constitution and statute, it says, look, the treasurer has to pay the state's bills. If there's anything left over, the treasurer may invest those funds. And the permissible investments appear in statute. They're very conservative investments, things like overnight bank accounts, including many Maine banks, certificates of deposits, obligations of the U.S. government. Very rarely, we actually aren't really doing this anymore. At my direction, we were fortunate not to do this anymore as COVID hit, but prime commercial paper. We are allowed to invest in AAA corporate bonds, and I think we hold about 2 of them right now. So throughout the year, every day, every banking day, we're managing over $1 billion. In 2020, fiscal year 2020, it was about an average balance of $1.4 billion in state cash. And also in fiscal year 2020, happy to report we were able to produce a yield of $32 million from those investments. That's $32 million for the state, for the general fund, did not come from taxpayers, either through federal taxation or state taxation, and that's a role we take very seriously. The state also manages a number of trust funds. The state holds a number of trust funds that are established by law or gift. In calendar year 2020, not fiscal year, but calendar year, the value of those trust funds assets was about $65 million. It was a very good year for our trust fund investments. We're able to invest those more aggressively than the state cash pool. State Treasurer, of course, also deals in all things general obligation bonds. You will deal with those this session on the floor of the House and the Senate. It doesn't appear in statute, but by practice and for various reasons, we typically go to general obligation bond sale once a year, typically in June. It's just a good time with the timing of the end of the fiscal year, concluding the budget. It's also a good time just in the marketplace when we think about other sales and the size of other sales going on. The state treasurer by law is an ex officio member of 11 boards and commissions. And those, they're kind of what I call the big three are the Maine Public Employee Retirement System, the Finance Authority of Maine, the Maine State Housing Authority. Also very important is the treasurer service on the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, the Maine Health and Higher Education Facilities Authority, and the Maine Government Facilities Authority, which is responsible really for paying for the construction and capital investments of state facilities, the judiciary, and corrections. Treasurer also sits on the board of the Adaptive Equipment Loan Program, also known as the Kim Wallace Fund. I'll talk about unclaimed property towards the end. Just to give you some insight as we work together this session with this committee and with the legislature, we have 16 employees in our office, including myself. That's the smallest of the constitutional offices, much smaller than certainly, say, the Secretary of State. We're on the third floor of the Cross Building in normal times. Please come see us anytime. We really believe strongly in what I call a rapid response customer service approach. That's especially true when we work with legislators, whether it's the public or other state agencies. I include you in that mix because we also work very hard to remain faithful to your branch of government. And I don't say that because I used to be in the legislature or because you elect me, but really because your branch is closest to the people. Power is inherent in the people. All the money we deal with comes from our general obligation taxing power. And so it's always very important to me what the legislature thinks and that you are informed about our decisions, including that small number of decisions that are discretionary, because otherwise most of our work is day-to-day core functions. We operate within the parameters of the law or practice. For example, it was important to me to consult with Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlack about the setting of the interest rate on delinquent property taxes, as an example. And starting next week, every member of the legislature will receive a monthly update from our office, just telling you what we're up to, giving you some facts and figures, and telling us how we can be of assistance to you in your work. And so, and finally, we'll get to unclaimed property, which is probably the most public facing part of our job. It's a bit of marketing, and it varies throughout the year, but our office is holding right now about $275 million in unclaimed property, and people get very excited about that, especially legislators. It's not that we are holding that in a trust fund or a pile of money, but that is the total liability that's owed to Maine people and businesses since the state's been accepting dormant unclaimed property since the 1980s. So unclaimed property, it's things like dormant bank accounts, uncashed checks, refunds. Next month, February, is Unclaimed Property Month, and we'll be releasing our annual list to all of you with the most updated compilation of unclaimed property in your district. And this is, to be frank, we rely on legislators to do some of this work so we can return money to Maine people, and it's a great constituent service for you. And we started this tradition last year at our orientation. I know Representative Toole was there, and others, Senator Claxton. But what we like to do for some of these presentations is I actually ask my office to search your names in the unclaimed property database. Don't be embarrassed if you have unclaimed property. My first day on the job as treasurer, I got sat down in a conference room by the staff at the office, and I thought, the look on people's faces, I thought something was terribly wrong, but they wanted to tell me that I had $50 on unclaimed property from an insurance refund. And so we ran your names. See if I can find it, one moment. Now, this is not a promise of payment. You have to make the claim. We have to make sure everything's in order. But I'll start with Representative Downs of Bucksport. We actually have three claims for you ready to go back from 2015, 2016, and then 2020. Senator Baldacci, he's going to be buying the committee lunch because we've got a number of claims going back to 2016. And Senator Claxton, who actually we worked very closely with on unclaimed property this year. Senator, you actually have your own amount. It's a nice sizable amount. So we can send this information to you. It's just an example that you should check the list every year. Unclaimed property, it's an important function of our office to safeguard that money and also to ensure that if property is dormant, it's being put to use for the common good. And so every year, and this is very much a rough average, we take in about $25 million in unclaimed property. In that same year, give out $18 million to Maine people and businesses, and then we're able to send some money to the general fund, help the appropriations committee close the budget. But the liability is forever. If you have a dormant bank account that was sent to our office 25 years ago, the liability is still good and we'll pay it. So I've given a lot to you verbally. We talked about cash management, trust funds, boards and commissions, talked very briefly about bonds, and also unclaimed property. I'm happy to answer any questions you have or provide any other information for the committee.
State Treasurer Beck, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for coming before the committee. You've done an exceptional job, in my opinion, and really interested in the whole workings of your office. So, but I'll ask if there are committee members that want to ask questions, or do you want me to? Yeah, I think that's what we understood we were going to do. Is there anyone that would like to ask questions of our state treasurer? I actually have a couple of questions, and then other people can chime in, I guess, if they do. One is, I know that your office keeps the track of what the state's total level of indebtedness is. Is that correct? And you keep tabs historically in terms of what the state's indebtedness is. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that information, it's provided every year. We use the audited numbers from the fiscal year. We present it on the website, and that includes our total debt profile. And this really could be a whole other, briefing and presentation, but but yes, that's there. There are different kinds of debt. There's general obligation debt that we certainly are going to pay, that pays back our borrowing from general obligation bonds. We pay that through a particular line item in the biennial budget, when we make that payment in January and May of every year. Never missed a payment. We also pay off our debt, our general obligation debts, within 10 years. We also track,
One of the things I think that the public isn't that aware of, but should be, is that I think the level in terms of percentages, the state's debt has remained relatively stable over the last couple of decades. Is that
it's in a good place now? And I was just speaking with appropriations about this, and I will just, if you indulge me, I'll just share briefly what I shared with them. If you look at a dollar for dollar comparison with other states, we're very good. That's, of course, we're not New York or California, so of course our debt obligation is lower. But if you look at things, if you look at net tax supported debt as a percentage of GDP, personal income, and total budget, we are just at the median. So we're just in the middle of the pack, which is a good place to be for us.
Representative Matlack, you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. I have a quick question about the funds you mentioned that were invested on behalf of there were certain funds that were used as investment vehicles. Do you have qualifications? Do you have ideas about or requirements about where you may or may not invest these funds? Or is there anything that you do specifically with these funds?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So when we're talking about the state's cash pool, how we are allowed to invest it on a daily or weekly basis, the permissible investments appear in statute very broadly. And then every year we update what's called the Treasurer's Investment Policy. We add some details and some meat to the policy. We make other limitations that don't necessarily appear in statute, like how much can be in what percentage of the fund can be in one investment or the other, and we take a look at that. We meet quarterly with the Treasurer's Cash Management Committee, and that includes representatives from my office, the DAF's commissioner. We also invest the money of what's called the component units. So we actually also invest the operating cash of, say, the UMaine system. So we keep them involved in our committee. You'll hear, I think, from Terry Hayes from the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. They recently moved their cash pool over. Our office contracts through a competitive process with a financial advisor. It's called PFM. And they advise governments around the country about permissible investments. So, so the answer is yes. We look to the statute, the policy, and then we rely on the professional advice of others and do it within coordination. And we think about things like, what are the cash flow needs? How are we performing as opposed to previous years, et cetera?
Does other representatives or senators have a question? Oh, okay. Representative Donna Farrington Dorr. You have to unmute yourself. You still have to unmute yourself.
Bottom left, Donna?
There we go. Oh, you had it. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
sorry about that. Still
That's
learning all these new things. The Treasurer Beck, we have agencies and bureaus all over the state. And I'm thinking about Bureau of Motor Vehicles because I used to work there. So, they bring in large amounts of money every day. So do we work with just one local bank, like say Key Bank or whoever? How does that all get to where it needs to go?
Yeah, another good question, and I'll also discuss. We have a general banking partner, and that's it's called U.S. Bank, and their RFP was put out, and their bid was awarded right before I became treasurer, and then a contract was signed. They're our general banking partner, but when it comes to your question talks about cash, cash deposits from, say, BMV, or you always think of state parks. People are buying a day pass with cash, et cetera. Our depository bank is TD Bank. And that's because they literally have branches around the state. There's sort of one exception in Western Maine. We partner with a specific local bank there for those daily deposits. So our banking partners generally are U.S. Bank, TD Bank for depository services. One little exception, we have other commercial partners for other services.
Great. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Treasurer Beck. Certainly appreciate you coming and talking about your important department. I just had a quick question. I was able to find the bond rating history on your website, but it stops at 2014. What is our current bond rating?
We receive ratings from two agencies, from Moody's and S&P, and they use a slightly different scale, but really for both, it's AA, stable. And that if you look at the history, and it should be updated somewhere on the site, but I think that, there was a bit of a downgrade in 2011, 2012. Before my time, we were upgraded essentially to our current rating. We were affirmed. We've been affirmed twice, and we do this rating presentation, this rating, we have to before we do our general obligation bond sale. And I sort of joke that we pay Moody's and S&P money to tell them what they think of us. It's a pretty nice gig for them, I think. And we were affirmed, to be frank, everyone was thinking and, I won't say nervous, but watching what was going to happen in May 2020 during the pandemic, because 7 states unfortunately did receive a credit downgrade. Diverse array of states, big states, small states, red states, blue states, east and west. Fortunately, our stable rating was affirmed in May of 2020. Our next rating, assuming there will be a bond sale in June, which I expect there to be, our next rating will be in the spring of 21.
Great.
Thank you.
State Treasurer, is there any discussion to ever put some of these services out to RFP, such as who we deposit with? I mean, I understand that we've probably been doing it for a long, long time, but I mean, are there services that we've been using with different providers for a long time? Should there be a review whether or not they should be put out to RFP at some point? Or I'm just raising that as a city councilor, we were doing that all the time in terms of trying to find the best deals for different things. But so I just throw that out there and see if you have any comments.
Yes, yeah, and the answer is yes. Yes, we should, and yes, we do. We're on a schedule for an RFP of all these services, whether it's banking, bond underwriting, financial advisors, bond counsel, merchant services. And I will say, frankly, that is, I didn't discuss it in my briefing, but that is a task that takes up a lot of our time, is the RFP process. And not just that, but frequent sort of meet and greets with people that want to do business in or with the state. And as a general rule, we sort of we're always happy to talk to anybody, whether it's someone that wants to, have the contract to do to have the portals at a state park. Right now it's a company called Elevon. We always try to maintain those relationships with everybody just to see if we can get a good deal, a good bid, maybe some help or some advice or some perspective with things. So yes, all of our services are subject to competitive RFP. And we also, there is some legal question, or historically there has been, about whether the constitutional offices are subject to the state procurement process. And we made the decision that yes, we are. So we go through the normal process. We don't enjoy any special discretion. It's just easier that way, just better for everybody.
So how much does the state have in the bank? I mean, is there a balance every month?
Yeah, it changes every day. I can actually, I can look for you for today, but the average running balance for fiscal year 2020 was about $1.4 billion. Now that's not, people hear that and they go, oh my gosh, let's give it back. But it's important to know that's our checking account, that those funds are encumbered in some way for the biennial budget.
Okay. And in terms of annual, like, how much did your office actually return to the general fund last year?
For our earnings, it was for last fiscal year, it was $32 million for investment earnings in the cash pool.
Is that something that's usually a stable number or within that range?
No, it fluctuates based on the rate environment. The last fiscal year was probably better because it was a better rate environment. There weren't any bad investments per se, but especially with regard to the overnight bank accounts, okay, which is a better rate environment. What we're seeing now is, these financial institutions, they're sort of flush with cash from PPP, from stimulus checks, from the things the Federal Reserve that they're doing. So when I started as treasurer, the banks were happy to do it. They were always talking to us about getting some deposits. And right now they don't have that pressure right now because they're sort of flush with cash.
Okay, well, that's a good problem, I guess. Representative Copeland, you still have your hand up? Do you have another question, or? I think you just have to press that button again or something. Yeah, there we go. Anyone else have any questions at this point? Representative Matlack, did you have any comments or anything?
No, thank you. I appreciate the presentation, sir. And I look forward to the list of people in my district who may have little pots of money someplace in the state. And I'll pass it along to the appropriate people. Thank you.
Please do. Thank you for having me, everyone.
State Treasurer Beck, we really appreciate your time, and it's been a pleasure to have you. Look forward to talking with you more as we go forward. Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Bye.
So at this point, we're coming up on the noon hour. My suggestion would be to reconvene at 1 o'clock, if that's acceptable to people. And what the procedure is, I don't know if Representative Dorr was here, but we just keep ourselves muted and the video stopped, and then we put it back. I'll put it back on at the appointed hour. I want to see if anybody else. I think that's the deal, and I will hope everyone has a good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. See you back at 1.
Bye.
Just to let you know, Representative Bryan and Representative Dorr, your videos are still on. Would you like help shutting it off, or are you all set, Representative Dorr?
That would be very helpful. I was just going to close my computer.
Oh, no, if you go to the bottom left-hand corner of the Zoom screen.
Yeah.
Click on what it says, stop video. Click on that, and we just won't see you anymore, but you'll still be in the Zoom.
Well, it says mute my audio, but I don't see anything. Maybe you have to click on more. Let's see what that does. Invite that. No, I don't see that. You said left hand, right?
Left hand bottom. Yeah, and right next to where it says mute should be a little thing that says stop video.
Like the microphone, speaker, leave computer audio. No, I want to leave the, sorry, I don't see anything. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Sorry. I can stop your video for you.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it. So don't be alarmed.
It's fine. Thank you.
There you go.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna let my headphones charge.
Good afternoon, Representative Reisman.
Sorry, I was on mute.
No worries.
I heard my name, but I don't know if it was good or bad.
I just said hi.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Julie, can you hear me? Julie, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. Welcome back to the committee, and we have some guests with us today. Representative Matlack, you want to introduce our guests?
I'm happy to. I don't know whether that's something that Lynn, because she made the invitations, whether it's something that she might do.
But
our first this afternoon is the Secretary of State's office and Secretary of State Shanna Bellows.
Thank you. Secretary of State Shanna Bellows. Nice to see you. Congratulations. I know you've been busy. It's great to have you speaking to the State and Local Government Committee. Look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to see you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. I am Shanna Bellows. I'm Secretary of State, and it is my sincere pleasure to be here with you today. I am accompanied this afternoon by our acting State Archivist, Deputy Kate McBrien, Deputy Secretary of State for Corporations, Elections, and Commissions, Julie Flynn, and Director of Finance and Administration, Dave LaChance. They're here to answer any questions that I cannot answer. Listening in today online as well are other members of the department, including Kathy Bowden, Director of Corporations, UCC and Commissions, as well as the Honorable Dottie Kennelly, who is staying on as my Chief Deputy, Emily Cook, who many of you may know from her work in the Senate. She has joined us as my special assistant. And we have Pat Condon, who is staying on with the Secretary's office as Director of Constituent Services. So if at any point in this session you need anything at all from the Department of Secretary of State, we are here to serve you. And I know from experience that constituent service is vital to the work that you do. It's very important to all of us as well. You have, I believe, a document, an overview of the department, and I'm going to walk through some of that and then answer any questions that you might have. I'll give you a broad overview. But I want to start with pointing out that the Department of Secretary of State is comprised of 3 distinct entities: Maine State Archives, the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions, and the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. The Department of Secretary of State is a net revenue generator. The BMV, for example, generates a tremendous amount of revenue for the Highway Fund through licenses, registrations, and titling. The Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions is also a net revenue generator and generates a significant amount of revenue for the general fund, especially from the corporate filing fees. So in 2020, for example, the Division of Corporations generated $13.6 million to the general fund. Now, as a committee, your committee, State and Local Government Committee, oversees Maine State Archives and the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions, and our central office. The Elections Division also reports to the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee as well. There are 3 main points I'd like to make before launching into the description of activities that you have provided to you in this document. The first is technology, and we all share the same mission to serve the people of Maine in the best way possible. The pandemic has really revealed some challenges and opportunities for technology, and one of my goals for the department is to leverage our technology investments to improve customer service and efficiency while safeguarding the integrity and security of our data and our systems. My second overall point is facilities. Representative Donador alerted me to the challenges with the cultural building early in the 129th legislature. This past summer, due to a massive HVAC failure, the building was closed to employees and the public pending renovations. The archive staff were very happy in a new location across the river at Williams Pavilion. We appreciate the Bureau of General Services for making this possible. However, it fell to staff in Maine State Archives to move 56,000 boxes of historical records out of the cultural building before building renovations can commence. So we're partway through that move. There are about 45,000 boxes left to move. I toured the building 2 weeks ago, and I need to share this with you. I confess I was shocked. Asbestos openly coats the walls and the ceilings of the portion where archives are stored. There's a rain barrel on the bottom floor. It's been there for about a decade. Our acting archivist had to go last week and empty it after the weekend rainstorm. A water main was breached in December, damaging some of the documents, and mold is a real problem as well. I commend the Department of Administrative and Financial Services and the Bureau of General Services for their amazing work across all agencies to address the challenges of our facilities and their commitment to remedying the problems I described with the cultural building. But I will say that if this committee and the legislature were to consider a larger facilities bond that would allow, instead of renovation, new construction for a new complex on that site, that would certainly be a welcome option. The third point I'd like to make is staffing. And we all know that we're in very difficult times. We'll have to make some hard choices about staffing, although there are certain aspects of our operations that are non-optional. Our department is already doing an astounding amount of work with small teams at archives and elections. And I included as an attachment to my report an overview of our organizational charts. But I want to draw your attention to one portion of the report just to put a finer point on it before we go into the details. In 2020, elections staff, that's a team of 7 people working under Julie Flynn, they logged 2,933 hours of overtime. Now, when Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn told me this the first time, I took out the calculator app on my phone to see how many weeks that was. It's 73 weeks of overtime. That's right, 73 weeks. And as we all know, there are 52 weeks in a year. So what we're talking about is a person and a half of overtime at least. That's remarkable commitment and dedication by that team. It's not sustainable over the long term. So I hope as we move forward in 2021 and beyond, will acknowledge and address what I see as some looming staff challenges. So let's move through the overview that I've provided to you. And I want to thank the team here who did this work. On page 1, you'll see a description of the archives and the work there. It's truly remarkable. We house approximately 100 million official state records deemed to be permanently valuable. When I toured the Maine State Archives, Kate showed me one of our oldest documents, the 1639 land grant to Sir Ferdinando Gorges from King Charles I, in which King Charles declares that this territory, quote, shall forever hereafter be called the province or county of Maine and not by any name or other name or names whatsoever. So this is the type of amazing document that our archives house. And it's one of the documents that, out of an abundance of caution, the archives staff moved out of the Cultural Building prior to the presidential inauguration. Archives also plays an important role in public access to records, working closely with state and local agencies to create appropriate document retention schedules for appropriate storage and access. The Maine Archives Records Center maintains approximately 130 million pages of official state records that are not currently needed in state offices, but do not have permanent historical significance and will eventually be destroyed after an appropriate time period. While the move has consumed almost all of the archive staff time over the fall and will through the spring, there are some important projects outlined on page 2 I want to draw your attention to. First and foremost is expanding public access. We will be going online soon with a public access to a catalog of what is housed at Maine State Archives. That will be on the State Archives website. It's a first step. It will really be almost like a card catalog. It will index what are in those 56,000 boxes of records. But we have big dreams. Imagine being able to search for historic records online from the comfort of your living room. That's our long-term goal. Additionally, as a state, we continue to grapple with the challenge of a digital preservation system to preserve those records that are born digital. I was chatting with one of the members of the archives team, and they made this point to me. If you want to see the governor's correspondence from 1820, we can get that to you, and fairly quickly. But if you want to see emails from the late 90s or early 2000s, that's more of a challenge. And they may not exist because of the lack of a uniform digital preservation system, which is one of our goals. So that, in summary, is the work of Maine State Archives. We have a treasure trove of historical documents there and a dedicated team that is committed to trying to find ways to make that history more accessible and available for generations to come. Moving to the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions. That summary starts on page 3. And that bureau is really divided into 2 divisions. So starting again on page 3, you'll see an outline of activities of the Division of Corporations, the Uniform Commercial Code, and commissions. This division serves as a repository and filing office for all records related to business entities and nonprofit corporations operating in Maine, as well as liens filed on personal property. So a few high points from the report. There are 120,069 active entities who collectively filed 207,198 annual reports over a 2-year period. And as a side note, interestingly, we did not see a significant drop-off in filings in 2020. With regards to the Uniform Commercial Code, there are 217,442 active lien files maintained, and there were 36,739 searches conducted on those liens over the past year. And this is a perfect example of the power of technology. Before this was moved online, this all used to be handled through phone calls and staff searches. Moving corporations online in the late 90s generated remarkable efficiencies and improved public access. So now, over 20 years later, the staff is conducting important work to upgrade and modernize the corporate filing software application and the database. And there will be a final phase to work with Inform Me to improve and enhance the corporate interactive services, the public-facing part of the system. But my larger point is this: technology improvements can result in handling large volumes of customer transactions with maximum efficiency and accessibility. Moving down to commissions, we have 23,420 active notary publics on file. We also maintain files for 246 boards and commissions and issue the annual report for those. We submitted that to your committee earlier this month. Page 4 details some of the work staff is doing federally and at the state level to adapt to changes in the law and to improve online services. And if you flip to the bottom of page 5, you can see online adoption rates for major services. You can see, for example, we're at 99% adoption for certificates of existence. Now, I want to pause for a moment and ask the chairs, would you like me to go into the overview of the Bureau of Elections? That's a report that I shared with the Veteran and Legal Services Committee on Friday, and I'm happy to detail that. It's interestingly because the budget is split up so that this committee will be overseeing certain aspects of the budget, and Veteran and Legal Affairs will be overseeing other aspects of the budget for the Bureau of Elections.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if you did.
Okay,
talking about
great.
budget.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So in the org chart, you will see that there are 7 staff who worked under the direction of Deputy Julie Flynn on elections, administering elections for the entire state in 2020. 7 people. That's why perhaps we had 73 weeks of overtime in the last year. So what does Julie and her tiny staff of 7 do? We have detailed that here. There were 7 elections, including the presidential primary, the July primary, and the general election. That included ranked choice voting with counts for 6 races. There were 3 recounts, 1 pursuant to the July primary and 2 following the general election. It's important to note that Maine's elections include paper ballots, and the paper ballot is an important security measure. The technology we use for elections includes tabulators, which are manufactured by ES&S. ES&S tabulators are never connected to the internet, so they're not vulnerable to hacking by malicious actors. ES&S also provides software that the division utilizes to produce camera-ready ballots. It's a contract we entered into in 2012, and it's the department's intention to go out for RFP in 2021. And our goal is to do the RFP collaboratively with as many municipalities participating as possible, because we are interacting with about 500 municipalities in conducting these elections. Ballot layout, coding, and testing is time intensive and critical to ballot accessibility for the voters. So in the report, you will see there, we've detailed the time involved with ballot layout, coding, and testing because it is significant. The other critical piece of technology is the central voter registration system. We implemented this system in 2007. So nearly 14 years later, we're at a crossroads. Do we move forward with upgrades of our existing system, or do we invest in a new central voter registration system? The CVR is critical for the accuracy of our voter list. Cybersecurity is a huge consideration. The Department of Secretary of State has an incredibly experienced information services team with state-of-the-art protections in place for the CVR. But as we move forward, it's going to be important to contemplate future reforms like online voter registration and improved automated list maintenance. And another important consideration are the online interfaces and applications that will facilitate automatic voter registration as directed by the 129th legislature. Our information services team, for example, is testing applications now that we may be able to install at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles branches for automatic voter registration. But we need to ensure that in connecting the public-facing application to the secure central voter registration system, that we will continue to maintain the highest levels of data security. And like any technology investment, we need to be working to advance efficiency, accessibility, and security, particularly in the area of elections, given the increasing sophistication of external threats, especially cyber threats, and the demands placed upon us by federal and state laws. As we make these investments, which we absolutely must do, they're not always going to be cheap. But I would say that in a democracy, there's nothing more important than the integrity of our elections. We've noted in our report that the department intends to conduct scheduled list maintenance activities in compliance with the National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, that will entail sending a notice to every voter whose CVR record shows no voter participation history since the CVR was implemented, and then either canceling or making voters inactive in accordance with federal law. In the report, we've outlined accessible voting systems. Improvements continue to be made to voting systems to improve accessibility for individuals with disabilities. In 2020, the division developed accessible electronic absentee ballots based on our UCAVA system for military and overseas voting. The new system allows voters with print disabilities to request, vote, and return an absentee ballot using screen reader technology in their own computer. We've detailed the military and overseas voting process. UCAVA voters can request ballots via mail, fax, or the online absentee ballot request service. And finally, in the report, we've detailed various other functions of the elections division below. It includes youth engagement and citizen education, as well as referendum management. Last week, for example, opponents of the energy corridor dropped off petitions with over 100,000 signatures. So Julie and her team of 7 must now drop everything because under the law, they're required to manually check those signatures to verify their validity within the next 30 days. At the very end of the report, you will see a summary of our central office activities. And there are 2 aspects of this that I want to share. One is the address confidentiality program for survivors of domestic violence. This is an incredibly important program that our office operates out of central office. And then second is our youth engagement. So in 2020, as in every other year, we did conduct mock elections with youth across the state. We have the 8th grade citizenship award. This for new legislators, this is a great opportunity for you to participate in visiting the 8th grade graduations at the end of the year and delivering the Secretary of State's 8th grade citizenship award to the honoree at your 8th grade school. It's something that I did when I was a state senator, and it was always a joy and really well received by the schools. That's a program administered also out of our office by Nikki Ladner. So with that, I will stop, and our team is happy to answer any questions. Your report is the densest report of all the committee reports because we have compiled things that we shared with Veterans and Legal Affairs, as well as the aspects of our operations that are under your sole jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would recognize Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for coming today. So I guess my question is, I know I have a bill in this year that essentially attempts to make the election results more widely available in real time, say, for our races and for other races. And I was wondering if you've given any thought to find ways to achieve that goal of making our election results more accessible, more readily accessible, I should say.
So one of the reforms that was implemented this year under prior Secretary Dunlap with Deputy Julie Flynn was to permit earlier processing of the absentee ballots. And the department will be supporting this year efforts to create a 7-day window for early processing of those absentee ballots. And what's really important about that is it does expedite the final tabulation of the results on election night and does expedite delivery of the results. Now, ranked choice voting does, if this past year in the 2020 election, none of the federal elections rose to, the prevailing candidates met the 50% threshold. So we did not need to collect ballots and bring them to Augusta for the ranked choice tabulation. In future years, if a candidate did not reach that 50% threshold, the requirements of ranked choice voting could require a delay in the sharing of those results. So that's certainly, as we look at the RFP for our tabulators, that will be an important consideration. What can we do to continue to make those election results available as efficiently as possible? And Deputy Flynn, is there any finer point that you want to put on responding to Representative Toole's question?
I think it's just a challenge to have approximately 500 municipalities all get their reports in. We allow them to file on election night if they wish to, but they actually have 2 business days after the election by law to report their official results. So we are sometimes trying desperately to get all the official results in even within 2 business days after the election, because towns don't always get them in promptly. So we can build an infrastructure and encourage them to try to get them filed even unofficially online on election night, which is really, that's going to be a little easier to do if it's voluntary than if we're going to try to insist that everyone gets their results filed election night. Smaller towns are still counting into the wee hours of the next day, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the, until somebody raises a hand, I had a couple of questions. So one is, I really appreciate the value of the history that you folks are able to archive and save. I probably reveal my colors as a history nerd kind of person, but are we able to engage young people, such as in high schools and middle schools? Are we able to provide access during this pandemic for classes to still have some opportunities to go to share? I mean, there's a lot of history there, a lot of valuable history, a lot of important history for that really the next generation. It's important for this generation and the next generation to be aware of. So I know this is not something you can just answer in 20 seconds, and obviously it probably requires a continuing conversation, but I'd like to see what we can do to be as accessible as possible to students of high school or middle school age, in terms of really getting the benefit of all of that history.
I couldn't agree more, Senator Baldacci, and I'm going to invite our acting archivist, Kate McBrien, to add to my comments. I will say right now, some scans of some of our individual state records have been made available through the Digital Commons website. So some Revolutionary War records, for example. I had an ancestor named Hate Evil Coulson who fought in the Revolutionary War. And so I was delighted when I went on the Digital Commons website to see Hate Evil's Revolutionary War pension there on that website. Just pretty remarkable to see a name that's in family lore, on the Digital Commons.
Yeah.
But that access is limited, and I think one of my goals and Kate's is imagine if of the 55,000 boxes of documents, those that were public were at some point digitized, and you could do searches on those. Youth could do school projects and looking at primary source documents to either write about their own histories or the history of their community or the history of a particular aspect of state government. So that is incredibly exciting. It is going to require investments in technology, and that's been one of the real sticking points for us. But Kate, do you want to add to what's available and what your goals are as well?
Sure. What we do, hello, everybody. What we're doing right now, because of the COVID pandemic, we used to have schools come through and visit and tour the archives. We had to shut down school visits when the pandemic started, but we've been offering programs over Zoom for any classes who are interested. We do have a few programs that we can easily make available. We've already created them, but we're always happy to work with school districts as well to create a program based on their specific interest. And at the same time, I've done a few talks to public libraries and schools about topics, over Zoom as well. So we're happy to make anything available that we can. And please, I think probably the biggest help we need is if you could let all the schools in your districts know that we're available. And if they just reach out, we will create something and we will work with them to make these.
I think that's great. I think one of the things that might be helpful, Kate or Secretary Bellows, is if you can send us an email that we could share with our local school boards or teachers or educators to each member of the committee, and then we can facilitate that information, hopefully encourage them to do that. But if you could maybe send each of us as members of this committee some sort of brief summary and some links and some contact information, then I'd be happy to share with my local school boards, and I'm sure other members would. So
you've got it. We'll do it today.
Okay, great. Are there other questions, committee members? Representative Reisman.
Yes.
Then Representative Dorr.
Okay.
No, Representative Reisman first.
Thank you. Secretary Bellows, congratulations on your job. I know you're going to do an excellent job. What I wanted to ask is if you could help me understand the tremendous amount of overtime that was required, at the same time looking at your organizational chart and seeing a number of vacancies and trying to understand who the 7 people were that were so heavily involved and how the vacancies might play into the problems you ran into for staff.
I am thrilled that you've asked this question. So first, for folks who have the organizational chart in front of them, I'll point to those 7. So you see Deputy Secretary of State, Corporations, Elections, and Commissions in the middle of the org chart. That's Julie Flynn. Then you move down into Director of Elections and Administrative Procedure Act. That's Melissa Packard. And there's an office specialist too. That person is tasked with oversight of the APA, the Administrative Procedure Act, which is under your jurisdiction. That person is not part of the Elections Division. But then under the director, you will see, which is one person, you will see the 7 boxes that are in white, the current people who are in those roles, and then 3 vacancies, including 2 that were frozen due to the curtailment. So that is definitely something we will be asking for restoration of those positions. And one of the challenges is just the demands of this particular division. So for example, I mentioned the petitions because under the law, and we wholeheartedly support this law, but under the law, we have 30 days to verify those petitions. And so that really does require all hands on deck review of those petitions and matching of those signatures over the next 30 days. So they're just the requirements of the Division of Elections are such that it is work that is not optional. It is time limited work, and it is attention to detail is of the utmost importance because accuracy is foremost and will determine whether something makes the ballot or doesn't, whether a candidate makes the ballot or doesn't. And that is just, it's a nexus of a heavy amount of data processing, careful attention to detail, and an incredibly full agenda of requirements that are placed upon that staff. So we are hopeful, and we know we have the administration's support in seeing those positions unfrozen. Deputy Flynn is hiring for the one vacant position that is not frozen. So we will be moving forward with that and are excited about that. But when you are administering an election, it can be very difficult to be conducting interviews at the same time. And so thinking now about our staffing so that we're prepared in 2022, I think will be critical. Now, some of that overtime is not a cost to you. So the cost savings in the vacant positions offset some of the costs associated with real overtime. And then Julie and Melissa, they put in each over 9 weeks of overtime each. And unfortunately for them, we do not pay for that in cash. They take it as comp time that is really impossible for them to use as salaried staff. So the fact that we have such committed and dedicated people who are willing to work 9 weeks worth of overtime in a year, that's remarkable. But I flag it because it's not sustainable. It's dependent on having some superhuman heroes in that work. And we need to plan for a more sustainable org chart moving forward.
Thank you, Secretary. Representative Dorr? I think you're going to have to unmute yourself, Representative Donna Dorr.
There we go. Can you hear me? Thanks. I can't let the secretary go by without saying something great about the state archives. I had the opportunity to work there for 8 years in my state service. And I had always been told as a child that I had 5 great uncles who died in the Civil War. So I used to take breaks and lunch and go down there, and I actually could find the cards on the 5 uncles, where they served, what battalions, regiments, what have you, and where they died and where they were buried. So it is just such a treasure for the state of Maine.
That's great. I think that Secretary Bellows, your comments about the work the election division does, I mean, they are, and I just want to say as one member of the legislature, thank you to Julie Flynn and her staff and all the people at the Secretary of State's office. And they've done an incredible job over the years, obviously Secretary Dunlap as well. But are you going to be providing us, Secretary Bellows, specific recommendations regarding staffing and funding issues? And also, you know, I know just in terms of what you had said earlier, you'd mentioned about bonding for is it a new building? Is it repairs of a building or just constructing a new building?
So I want to recognize that it is the Department of Administrative and Financial Services and the Bureau of General Services that will be overseeing any facilities improvements. And the current plan under the current budget, my understanding, is renovation of the cultural building. And I completely understand why, from a cost perspective, that is the plan. What I shared in my presentation, and I don't think the Bureau of General Services would disagree with me, is that walking into that building and seeing the nature and extent of the asbestos, the water damage, the mold, it made me ask the question about whether new construction might be a better alternative for the state in the future. I think the Maine State Museum, the Maine Archives, the Maine State Library, those are precious cultural institutions, and they house the history of our state, who we are, where we've come from. That is precious. And so I just wanted to invite the committee to be thoughtful about that moving forward. It may not be possible. We may need just to move forward with renovations. But I do understand that there had been a process at one point, a vision for potentially new construction on that site. And I think it's worth, especially for people who are new to the legislature, just to look back and a careful moment of consideration before final decisions are made. Now, with regards to staffing, we will be presenting the budget, and as I shared, the administration is in agreement with unfreezing those frozen positions and filling those positions. And I shared that overtime because I wanted to make sure that that people recognize that leaving those vacant, everyone needed to step up during the curtailment. But at the end of the day, the work of elections required that the work get done. And
How many positions is that?
there were 2 frozen positions.
Okay.
That would certainly, 73 weeks is 50, that's a person and a half, essentially. So that would probably get us to treading water and keeping even. One of the things that Deputy Julie Flynn and I need to talk through and continue to look for was thinking through if there are new initiatives coming from the legislature to do elections reforms that will require more staffing, for example, audits or the online voter registration, then we're going to need to talk about, okay, what will be the staffing requirements to implement that? And then similarly, what are the federal opportunities? We're looking with great interest at HR 1 at the federal level to see what opportunities might be available for funding at that aspect. So that for any additional staffing beyond the frozen positions, I think that will be an ongoing conversation, but we will absolutely be looking for opportunities to build up that staff and be sharing with that with you once we have really strong plans in place.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I want to thank Secretary Bellows and her staff, David LaChance and Kate McBrien, for being here. Appreciate it very much. It's been very helpful.
And we'll be seeing, we'll be seeing Ms. McBrien in a week or so.
Yes.
For her confirmation hearing, and then we'll also be next week with AFA, or later this week with AFA, discussing the budget for Secretary of State's office, also for several other offices. So we will visit with them again soon. And I'm looking forward to our chat, Ms. McBrien. My cousin happens to be the Deputy Archivist of Boston, and the role of the archivist in preserving and maintaining and disseminating the history is just fascinating for me, and I look forward to our chat.
I do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Do we have Rebecca Graham with us? Hi, Rebecca.
Hello. Yes, I am here.
Now, you're the legislative advocate for one of my favorite former organizations, Maine Municipal Association, as many of in the legislature have served on city councils and town councils. We appreciate a lot of the work that you guys have done. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well, and thank you very much for allowing me to come before you today and give you a brief overview of MMA and how we approach our policy making. So it's a delight to be here. My name is Rebecca Graham. I am a legislative advocate with Maine Municipal's State and Federal Relations Department. There are 4 of us in that department. We have an analyst and an associate, and it's either going to be me or the director, Kate Dufour, who will be coming before you on matters of municipal interest. Some of you are new faces to me, but it's a real delight to see a lot of the familiar old faces. I say old, being like around, so Representative Toole would be one of them. Thank you very much. It's great to see your face. I look forward to when we can be in the same room together as well. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Maine Municipal Association, we were started in 1936 as a nonpartisan, non-profit organization that's governed by an executive committee that's made up of our member municipalities to advocate on the collective interests of municipalities. Of the 487 current municipalities in Maine, 484 of them are members of Maine Municipal Association. So while we started as an advocacy organization, we also provide training and legal services, as well as risk management and health insurance for municipalities across Maine. So like I said before, while it's either me or Kate that will be before you, it's not our opinions that we're delivering the opinions of our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. And that is made up of municipal officials who are elected by their peers, mirroring the 70 Senate districts for the state of Maine. They meet monthly during the legislative session, and we also poll them weekly on bills as they are printed of municipal interests. So they're constantly providing our positions, and they're the ones that form them. You're free to get mad at us, however. Maine's really unique in its construction because it was founded on under the conditions where distant decision-making had profound effects on the folks who lived here, who felt really disenfranchised and had little ability to influence or change those decision-making processes. And as a result, Maine is really unique in its construction, and it has a deep abiding belief that government closest to the people is more accountable, transparent, and responsive to the needs of its citizens. And any municipal official can probably provide you a number of anecdotal ways in which their town neighbors have approached them. Town meetings are held between normal working hours. You could not hold a town meeting at 9 a.m. During a weekday. And additionally, municipal officials have a deep abiding respect for the common sense and good judgment of their neighbors and residents. And it's really predicated on a notion of volunteerism and civic duty and service to those neighbors and community. So many positions at the municipal level are voluntary in nature. They are unpaid and they perform vital functions for the state. Most of the essential services are delivered at that municipal level. So they work within really finite resources. And they're also acutely aware of the capacity of their neighbors and communities to weather additional burdens. So that will be a reigning theme that you'll end up hearing, is the ability for communities statewide to accept new burdens. And good public policy obviously leaves no one behind, or at least spreads the pain equally to provide a mutual benefit. That said, municipalities are also sandboxes for public policy. Sometimes when the state doesn't have enough political achievable sentiment to push forward things on a wider basis. And it's when it becomes unwieldy at the municipal level that then the state feels confident enough to weigh in. And I think probably one of the more recent examples would be the plastic bag ban, in which 25 different municipalities, their citizens felt it was really important to have a plastic bag ban, and they each approached it in a completely different way, which became really unwieldy for the businesses that operated across those communities to try to actually have a single policy towards it. And so the state has had to step in and weigh in. But it's also that responsiveness and that ability to tailor those responses locally and in a timely fashion that allows municipal government to be really nimble to respond to the needs of the community. And nothing highlighted that probably more than the COVID pandemic. So there are multiple ways, probably numerous examples, a handful of which I am only aware of, that municipalities shifted to expand and help businesses either go out into municipal infrastructure by closing streets, where they had finite indoor seating to try to keep those businesses alive, to close down public parking lots to hold movie nights, and then to deliver school lunches directly to kids within their homes who are far too dependent upon those single meals as a source of nutrition. So community leaders created new ways to even collect state revenue as a result of that. So it is really that ability for communities to respond in those ways that is equally important as it is maybe perceived problematic in some ways. Municipal officials are often real ingeniuses. They bootstrap ways to fund community priorities that wouldn't be supported by other means. But it's also that reality that makes it a challenge for other communities that either have limited access to resident experts or finite ability within their community, philanthropy-wise, to actually be able to deliver the same services. Municipalities in general have a real finite ability to expand their budgets beyond their mandated service delivery. And just to give you a snapshot of that, the bulk of municipal expenditures are basically essentially delivering K-12 education and public works, capital purchases, and associated with schools as well. They made up about 56% of municipal estimated expenditures. The last time that we just completed a fiscal survey. Additionally, the care and maintenance of roads make up another 12%. So right there, you have an overwhelming amount of the municipal budget that's already gone on some significantly important mandated, very basic services. Delivering public safety from municipal police to fire departments, animal control, and codes enforcement make up about 8% of expenditures. And while there's no mandate for a police department or fire department, both of these services are demanded by communities, and either for insurance purposes or the community need, and each come with their own set of mandates. And there isn't a statewide replacement that is adequately resourced for those activities as well. Another 8% of the municipal expenditures goes towards county assessments for jails, courts, and registry duties, as well as other municipal intergovernmental agreements like stormwater to meet clean water permit obligations. And all of them are non-discretionary, and they have little ability to be shaped or changed at the municipal level as far as those expenditures go. So what remains of the municipal budget is 4%, and that is dedicated towards health and welfare, social and cultural programs, libraries, recreation programs, and economic development programs, as well as things like annual celebrations that generate revenue that come into the state, and local fuel and housing assistance grants that supplement what are really finite resources within those programs as well. So it's often that small 4% of that discretionary income that's diminished, but when an additional administrative burden gets placed on municipalities. And it's kind of a death by 1,000 cuts at the municipal level. So while Lynn spoke earlier of that $8 postage mandate, it seems like it's a really small thing, but all of your peers and your other committees are passing similar perceived small mandates onto a single community, and they add up very, very fast. So those are the things that I would like you to keep in mind as we roll forward. Our legislative priorities that have been established by our LPC are essentially to try to do no harm, just to hold the core, to protect the ways in which municipal government can respond to emergencies like the COVID pandemic, and to reset and reinforce the partnership that we have with our state partners, who are just as vital. The state is very dependent upon municipalities, and municipalities are very dependent upon the state to help us achieve those efforts as well.
Ms. Graham, first of all, are there any questions? One of the things I wanted to focus on in terms of this over this legislative session is to try to work to restore the full funding for municipal revenue sharing. I'm happy that the governor does not go backwards on that, but as having served in the trenches on a city council, dealing with decisions about hiring, firing people, laying off workers, or cutting back services, I know that this is probably an issue that I would hope would be bipartisan or nonpartisan, really, because it affects almost all of the towns and cities across the state. Does the Maine Municipal Association plan on lobbying for full funding, or how are you approaching the whole issue of revenue sharing?
The biggest priority is for us to not roll backward. We don't want to roll back on the commitments that have already been made. We know that there are many programs, for instance, like the LRAP program, in which we share in the abundance when the state has enough money flowing in there, and we share in the pain when it doesn't. It's not rolling back. That's kind of the priority.
And I understand. I appreciate having dealt with the issue not rolling back, but I just I'm going to be pushing for that because it's important to Bangor and Herman, as I'm sure it's important to communities all across the state, because we've taken a haircut for the last 12 years on that issue, and its cost in terms of services has been significant. But so I just wanted to kind of go on my soapbox on that issue, and then I will step off of it and entertain questions. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And certainly the revenue sharing issue is important to everybody.
Yeah.
I was also wanted to question Ms. Graham as to updates on with this new federal COVID relief package, how that's looking for municipalities, and is there a possibility of getting any resources for municipalities to help offset some of the costs incurred due to COVID?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Representative Toole, I haven't looked at the latest package. I know that the previous packages pretty much ruled out any community in Maine because of population requirements in order to access that. I don't know if those things are still in place with the newest package, but I will definitely review that and get you back offline to let you know how that might
Yeah, I
look.
think it would be helpful if if you are able to do an analysis of the impact on the state revenue in general with the most recent COVID bill. That'll be helpful if you could share it with the whole committee.
Absolutely. I know we have a contingency of municipal officials that are working on doing the federal outreach. They usually go down to Washington, D.C. every year, next month or the month after, I believe. And we have just, we're in the editing phase of our federal issues paper, which will highlight some of that as well, trying to advocate for greater federal resources to come into Maine in a way that makes sense for our communities.
Great. Any other questions? Representative Matlack, did you want to have any comments?
No, not at present. I'm very familiar with Maine Municipal from time served on our town budget committee and working for the city of Rockland. So I look forward to having you come in and or Ms. DeFore coming in to comment on the legislation that passes through this committee.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mom.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Rebecca. Graham, I appreciate that, and look forward to working with you as this session goes on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at my agenda. I think we're going to take a brief break until 2:15 when we have Penobscot County Sheriff and the president of the Maine Sheriff's Association, Troy Morton, testifying or talking. So is everyone okay with that, or does anybody have any comments? Okay, so we'll take a short recess and see you at 2:15.
Just a reminder, Representative Bryant, that you're still live on YouTube until you turn off your video.
Okay, it's 2:15. And I believe that Sheriff Morton is our next presenter. Is he here?
Yes, Senator, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Right above you on my screen.
How you doing, Troy? Thank you for coming.
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you as well. Representative Matlack, my co-chair, do you have any comments before we get going, or are you?
No, I'm interested to hear what the Sheriff's Association has to bring us.
Great. So Troy, take it away.
Thank you so much. I have to start right off by a big shout out to my Senator, Kim Rosen. I know that's not fair, but you always have to shout out to those in your neck of the woods, right? I spent a lot of time with Senator last year on criminal justice, so good to see you, Senator. Good to see you all. This is trying times for all of us, and I'm sure session is going to be a little bit different, but we'll figure this out. It sounds like you're probably already doing some of that. So real quickly, good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Troy Morton, and I'm the Sheriff of Penobscot County and President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Before I move on, I would like to also introduce on the screen today is our Executive Director, Mary Ann Lamar, which is just absolutely wonderful and helpful. Most of you probably know Mary Ann. The Maine Sheriff's Association is a membership organization that includes all of Maine's 16 sheriffs. We hold monthly membership meetings, and our legislative policy committee meets weekly when legislature is in session. Last year, you may or may not know that we actually had a sheriff under the dome every single week during the time when the session was still up and running. In Maine, sheriffs are not only the overseers of the county jail operations, but we maintain a robust law enforcement operation to ensure safety in all of our counties. As most of you know, much of our state is very rural. This means many of our officers serve and protect vast geographical areas with limited resources. In Penobscot County alone, it can take you nearly 2 hours to cross from Newport to Patton. Maine sheriffs are also responsible for providing civil services. Some maintain communications operations and dispatch centers, and many are still doing court securities with judicial marshal services in our courts. We work closely with law enforcement stakeholders, and our collective efforts have resulted in multiple news sources identifying Maine as one of the safest states in our country. We are proud of that designation, and in an endeavor to ensure every Maine citizen receives the same level of professionalism, regardless of their race, age, gender, or lifestyle. It is important that members of this committee are knowledgeable about the profound changes that we have implemented across Maine's county correctional facilities in recent years. We struggle with the misconception that we are simply warehousing incarcerated individuals. We have been aggressive in our efforts to provide programming for those citizens who find themselves in our jails. We have been leaders in identifying national best practices in providing these services to our inmates as we continue to look for ways to improve services and support our communities. Over the years, Maine sheriffs have worked closely on a number of bills in this committee. Notably, we worked to defeat a bill last session that was designated to give county commissioners the ability to remove a sheriff from office. Our objection was the process, not the concept. To illustrate this point, we worked collaboratively as sheriffs to design a process that was viable and transparent. We sought out the previous bill's sponsor, Senator Kime, to work together to agree on language that she could support. We are proud at the end result, and you can look forward to seeing sheriffs return to the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government to fully support this bill. My final discussion point for today's MSA orientation pertains to a bill that will be heard by the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, but upon its anticipated passage, will be reviewed by both chambers. The bill is designed to provide sustainable funding for Maine's county jails. Since the demise of the Maine Board of Corrections, counties have spent much of their time in Augusta updating legislators on the precarious status of jail funding. We believe we have designed a fair, I apologize, it's my step here, a fair and ethical model that will be developed into the partnerships with the Maine Municipal Association, Maine Department of Corrections, and Maine County Commissioners Association. We urge you to support these efforts when the time comes and the bill is presented to you in both the House and the Senate. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any other questions for myself or my Executive Director, Marianne Lamar. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Sheriff Morton? Representative Donna Dorr. You gotta unmute yourself, Donna.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you.
And now?
Now I completely forgot my question, but give me a second and I will think of it. How are you funded? And you may have said this quickly and I didn't catch it. How are the jails funded? Where does that money come from?
So it's a very complicated question, so I'll try to make it a little bit easier. It's changed over the time. So a great deal of this is paid for by the county tax on our municipalities. And then there is a portion that for decades that was allocated funds that we would receive from the state. And so really the debate has been for many years is that there was not a formula in place that allowed for the state's portion to grow or to stay with the challenges that were being presented to the county facilities. And so that's really been the struggle, is to identify how we receive funding from the state. Now, legislature has done a great job and tried to help us along the way, and we really made some great progress over the years, but the model was never solidified in order to continue on.
So if I could just follow up. So what could we do as legislators? What would be the most helpful for you to get the funding that you need to do the jobs that you have to do every day?
So we have a bill that's coming before you. I believe it's LR 967 that we hope to bring forward. And we started this in last session, and there was great bipartisan support to really bring this forward. It tied together a formula that identified what a state-sanctioned inmate was in a county jail. So there are many individuals that are housed at county jails that are being held there as the result of the state system. And so in order to have that bill in place and get that there, we really need support of this bill. Now, there's some mechanisms inside that bill that call for best practices, which we know we need. So if there are counties that are not using best practices, such as Maine pretrial services, then we want to make sure that that's in place. MAT programming, medical assisted treatment, other programs like that. I think you'll be pleased to find the counties have many of those in place. This has been an ongoing progress for some time. The one area that we've not been able to solidify is consistent and ongoing funding. I think the goal, Representative, ideally will be, if we really can get some of these programs to work, perhaps we could stop the increase of fundings for, increase of correctional funding on and on. But it certainly can't happen all at once.
Okay, thank you.
That was probably long-winded answer, but that's
Great,
me.
great answer.
Representative Lynn Copeland.
Thank you very much, Senator Baldacci. My question is about the elephant in the room, the pandemic. I mean, we have to, it's forefront. So what is the position of the Sheriff's Association or on getting the inmates vaccinated? I know I get a lot of comments on that and communications from constituents.
So absolutely great question. So first and foremost, I need to get my staff done, right? So we're struggling, trying to make sure that the process, we got a good plan in place. I sat, and there's about 4 or 5 other counties that sat on a joint meeting with the Department of Corrections every single day talking about COVID and how do we work it through our criminal justice system. through a main correctional system. I will say this is a great example of collaborations between state and county correctional systems. So as we're talking about this, some of the first people that needed to receive the vaccines were corrections officers, right? If you think about it, the individuals that are in our facilities that go into quarantine as a matter of practice, as a matter of best practice, every individual that comes into our facilities, whether you're a 30-bed jail or a 500-bed jail, treat individuals the same. They are put into quarantine for 14 days, and then they're tested before they ever make it to general populations. So arguably, some of the individuals incarcerated here are much safer than sometimes people out on the street engaging with many people, except for the staff that are coming and going every day, right? And so that's why it's paramount, like we're doing with our nurses and our doctors. We want to get them first because they're providing services to folks. So we got to make sure that we do that. So just this week, we're rolling out vaccinations from state MDOC workers, and I'm hoping that the county will have ours end of this week, first of next week. I know just this week, our law enforcement side of the house, deputy sheriffs out on the street, were getting their shots and vaccinations. In my department, we were pleased. We had 81% people that wanted to participate. And so that's a pretty good number, right? So the next stage representative will be, we're going to get our staff and then work on that plan for make sure the vaccines, just as they're being carried out through the rest of the state, are carried out inside the facility too. As you can imagine, one of the most important things, if you for those that are kind of new to the correctional system, you have to look at the two correctional systems just a tad bit differently between what a county jail function is and a state prison system is. Okay, here's the easiest way for me to explain it, because we all understand how a hospital works. The county jail system is much like an emergency department or the emergency room of a hospital. We're taking care of crisis situations, new people just coming in, where a state prison is taking people that have been in the system for a long time, the top tiers of the hospital, right? They've been there for a while and they're stabilized. So when we're working on whether it's vaccines, MAT, whatever the programming is for an individual that just comes into our facility, we have to recognize that we don't know if that person is going to be here 3 days, 3 months, or 3 years. And so we kind of have to work through that. I'm looking at the Moderna vaccination for 28 days. If a person in the facility is vaccinated, we got to make sure that when they step out, when they're released, right? If they're released, in 30 days, did they get their second shot? Will they get their second shot? How do they get their second shot? All of that follow up. So another long-winded question, but it's part of the comprehensive plan that I think we're getting there.
Thank you. That's very important. We've seen down here in York County, we've seen the problems with, the wedding. The guy comes down, he gets everybody infected, and people die, and it's real. And then it comes and it goes through our community. So it's really, really important for people who are in these congregated areas to be vaccinated. Thank you very much.
Representative, the one thing I'll say for certain is that our state's done a great job of trying to adapt to best practices. Can you remember the first days very, very early in this when they said, don't worry about a mask, then wear a mask, then wear this type of, we really have adjusted as we've gone along through the whole thing, and the state's done a good job of trying to get that information out, but we've learned a tremendous amount. I think the jails are a perfect example of that, is how to do that in our facilities, and we adjust every day. We continue to adjust, and we will. So thank you, Representative, for the question.
Thank you for your good work.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sheriff Morton, what is the fiscal note on the bill that's going through Criminal Justice Committee? Do you know what the fiscal note is on that? How much it's going to cost?
So I don't know exactly. Obviously, it's still being worked.
Okay.
But we're hoping, Senator, that a lot of these best practices help us control this. Also, in this, because it's a little bit complex, is adjustments to local tax caps at the county level. So that's going to impact that number at some point. It obviously is going to impact that number. And what's happened in the past is we've had a set amount of funding in there and been forced to come back year after year after year for the supplemental end. It is no concern of mine or any sheriff or any county to come back and say, here is why we need it. But boy, we spend a tremendous amount of time just trying to justify the needs for those supplemental monies. And if they're not there, what do we do? Do we cut back on all of the best practices that we currently had in place, cutting out MAT programming or mental health services? What goes first? That's kind of our challenge.
Right. No, but I think the bill you were referring to is having the state pay a greater share for state inmates. Is that what you, in county jails, or Mary
Not
Ann,
exactly.
your hand up?
I was going to speak to that a little bit. Right now, there's a set amount of money in statute, and that hasn't been able to change. So as our expenses grow, as Chef Morton said, we've had to go back again and again and again, every year, hours and hours. Senator Rosen, you've seen us there repeatedly asking for supplemental funding just to cover the basics. The difference in this bill is, it was a random number that was created several years ago. The difference in this bill is it validates the need for state funding by identifying state inmates and connecting those numbers to funding for the county jails. So if you have a state sanctioned inmate in your jail, the state's responsible for paying for what is essentially their inmate. So that it makes sense of the process.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not disputing that. My interest was, what is the fiscal impact of that? What's the cost going to be? Obviously, I have an interest. Bangor pays 25% of the county budget. So, and for those, the county jails are primarily funded through our local property tax, which is an extremely regressive tax. So, you have a multitude of problems just there, and so anything that will help the county jails will help property taxpayers. So I am interested in this bill. I guess if you could share a copy of it when it's done, when it's ready to go. And I'd also like to know what the fiscal impact is going to be. I think it's a bill I would support. I just wanted to know what the cost was and where, what exactly, what it was going to cost and what it detailed. But no, I'm very supportive of Sheriff Morton. Has done a great job in Penobscot County. He's really done a wonderful job in terms of law enforcement. We all have a great deal of respect for him. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate your time.
Senator, so you'll know that we have had funding in the state budget to help us over the past couple of years. The problem is it's not been solidified.
Right.
So it's not going to be a total brand new, all of a sudden, a new onto the state, but you're 100% right. This is a dramatic impact on the local county municipal tax, and would make a huge difference to our municipalities.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your work on all of these issues. And I'm glad you're keeping the county commissioners in line. So send them our best as well. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, Mary Ann, for your presentations, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. We look forward to working with you throughout the session.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think that we have our state auditor with us.
I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for all your service as Secretary of State. And we just got done talking with Secretary Bellows, and we know how much work that you did there, Auditor Dunlap, and we appreciate that. So we look forward to hearing your presentation as to what you're going to do as state auditor.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlack and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. By my count, this is my 8th introductory appearance before the committee, going back to my first term in my previous position. Somewhat smaller office, as you might imagine, from what I got used to at the Department of State, going from about 435 colleagues to about 31 is a bit of an adjustment. And since I started in early January, I have received approximately 2 phone calls. So, and it's been a really, really fascinating time with a lot further to go, obviously. And I will tell you that the previous state auditor, Paula Buckley, assembled a fabulous team of incredibly competent people here, and they're all very kind, and they have done an awful lot to support me during this transition. So I'd like, Senator, if I may, to maybe take a look at this function from the perspective as a legislator, as you know, because I've only been doing this for a very short time. And I think it'd be valuable to think about this from your perspective, which is, first of all, why do we have a state auditor? And secondly, why do we elect them? Which is 2 fairly obvious questions, which I think, I know that Representative Paulus is very familiar with this department, probably a lot more so than I am, and he worked here for quite a while. You know, it's really about having some independence brought to the office, particularly around some federal requirements. A big part of what the audit department does is provide assurance to our federal partners, our state partners, and to the public that the allocations that are allotted for various functions are actually being expended in compliance with all applicable laws and federal regulations, especially the federal funds, which account for more than 50% of all state expenditures, especially around the human services and education sides. Those are the biggest components of it. But federal funds touch every state agency, and they often have very, very rigorous compliance requirements. So our job at its very core is simply to make an assurance that all the rules are being followed and that those funds are spent in the way that they were intended. I think, you know, as a citizen, I actually had an opportunity this last week, and I told them, you don't have to accommodate me, but I've been asked by students at the Leonard Middle School in Old Town if I could zoom in and talk about my role as a public official. I think they were really interested in my time as Secretary of State. But they're also interested in auditing, and you know, and one of the things that I kind of brought up to them is I ask your parents, when you hear the word audit, what's the first emotion you feel? And that's fear, right? You know, because we always think of the IRS tax audits, and that's not exactly what we do here. I mean, we really do review programs and expenditures at a fairly granular level, and it's not, you know, necessarily the strict accounting that, you know, finance directors do, but we are doing compliance work at its very heart and core. Now, one of the people I'm joined by today is Nancy Bodine, who she's the fiscal agent for the unorganized territories, and she's going to talk about her function here in a little bit. But, you know, I just want to kind of go over that at a sort of a high level. So basically, our mission is to provide an independent assurance that our financial statements are reliable and that Maine government is accountable to its citizens. Pretty simple. And we examine whether these funds are spent legally and properly, and when applicable, in compliance with federal requirements. So it's not you know, it's a small office, like I mentioned, in comparison to my previous job. I think our budget's a little under $3.5 million compared to the over $44 million that we dealt with in my previous position. This is an office that emphasizes independence and ethics. We have to be trustworthy in our work. Our staff is professional and highly trained. And actually, you know, while we have our share of turnover like everybody does, we have hundreds of years worth of aggregate experience in this office. So in terms of some of the specific, you know, programs that we audit either continually or on a periodic basis, it's practically everything in state government. Looking at some of the work that has previously been done by the office, obviously Medicaid, Maine Care, the Children's Health Insurance Program, unemployment insurance, which is something that people are very interested in this year, and the child nutrition clusters, Title I, TANF clusters, supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, the CCDF clusters, which is the child care cluster, the Fish and Wildlife cluster, crime victim assistance, social services, block grants, food distribution clusters, national infrastructure investments, and a lot more. So This is actually a very busy time for us this time of year, because we're working on the single audit, which looks at the audit of all of the state's financial statements. And as Paula Buckley was incredibly kind to me coming in, and she gave me some really, really good advice. And she said, you know, as I get more acclimated, it's good to have some academic support. And I have a tutor that I'm working with who told me the first thing that I needed to do was read this document. Senator, I wish I'd read this my first term. This is an amazing document, the comprehensive annual financial report for the state. It is on the state controller's website. Everything in state government is in that document, down to the square footage of bridge decking that the state maintains, and the number of miles of roads, and the number of state police cruisers. It's all accounted for in this document. And what the audit does is give assurance that the numbers that are reflected in the comprehensive annual financial report are reflected accurately in the single audit. The work that this office has done has not been questioned by our federal partners, which I think is a good signal for the legislature that the state's doing a pretty good job, at least keeping track of how it expends its monies. When you talk about, you know, what we actually look for in a federal compliance audit, you know, you take like Medicaid, for example. We ascertain whether the department has adequate surveillance of services to guard against unnecessary utilization of Medicaid services, effective fraud identification, investigation methods, proper procedures in place to identify hospital cost settlement amounts on an accurate and timely basis, preparing information technology risk analyses, methods to ensure that providers are eligible to participate in Medicaid. Telemarketers. I get a lot of telemarketing calls on my state phone. So, you know, that's really the nutshell of what we do. The essence of it, and again, because I sometimes like to think comparatively, and it's something I stumbled across a few years ago, and I have a copy of this report if any of the committee are interested in it. And this is something I'd heard about very obliquely. Nobody seemed to know the details of it in my previous position, and so far it hasn't happened yet. And Senator, as an attorney, you'll appreciate this. When I was Secretary of State, I think the average was I was enjoined in litigation on average about 6 times a week. I was sued by somebody, mostly over driver's license issues, but there were the big ones too. And so I always kind of grew up in mortal fear of being sued, but now I've kind of gotten over that. I haven't had a single lawsuit yet since I was sworn in, which is, to me, remarkable. I was reading one of these lawsuits at one point, and I stumbled across a footnote, and I was greatly intrigued because it gave me the answers to that mystery that I've been looking for. And that was a report on the defalcation of the state treasurer, which was issued. James Blaine was the chairman of that committee in 1860. And this sort of speaks to a big part of what happens when you don't have these types of assurance services. And the thumbnail on this was that the state treasurer, Benjamin Peck, it was considered something of as a perk of the job in the 1850s, combined his own investments with state investments, and one of them went somewhat bad. You read this report, it's like reading a crime novel, and there's a couple of parallel tracks here. Treasurer Peck had been looking for an investment opportunity. He had a little bit of money of his own, about $5,000, and he came across a couple of gentlemen who had found a unique opportunity to purchase 250 square miles of virgin timber in Canada. And the plan was to build a steam-powered sawmill and move about 5 million board feet a year out of that forest. But they needed a backer. And so somebody put him together with Peck. He borrows some money and gives them what money he has. And as anyone who's worked in business knows, things never follow the calendar that you lay out, and they fell behind. And eventually, when the inspectors came to the Treasury to count the money in the vaults of the Treasury, which was right off what is now the Hall of Flags, they found that things were a little short. about $94,000 was missing from the Treasury. And you may well ask, what did that mean in 1859? Well, it was about 1/4 of all state revenues. So when Secretary Bellows was talking about the records of the archives, one of the things that she did not tell you is that Maine has the most comprehensive collection of military records of any of the 22 states of the Union at the time. And the reason for that was because we've been left so broke by PEC's activities. And then, of course, Fort Sumter happens, and we had to then raise troops and equip them, had to borrow the money to do it. And the Adjutant General, John Hodgson, who was elected also by the legislature, as much as to protect his own skin, as well as what state revenues we did have, would honor no invoices that did not have solid records to back them up. And we still have all those records. So beginning in the 1870s, we began looking at a committee. We had a committee to review state expenditures, because by that time, our expenditures had become very diverse. And that was formalized in the early part of the 20th century with the creation of the state auditor, which was then formalized in election starting in 1931. So a little history there about who we are, what we do. We haven't had anything anywhere near as splashy as the defalcation of Benjamin Peck in the last few years. But we do have a fraud hotline. So far, what I've seen is fairly mundane stuff, somebody complaining about a house rental, something like that. But the people here, like I say, are very specialized. We have auditors who do nothing but information services auditing. So they look at compliance of computer systems, making sure that the procurement and development happens according to state and federal regulations, as well as much of the other annual auditing that we do. So it's a great team to be a part of. And I think Nancy will have a presentation for you about the unorganized territories. Before we get to that, I'd be happy to answer any questions at the pleasure of the chairs, should anybody have any at this time.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very thorough history. Knowing history then is knowing not to repeat it. So that's why we have you there. Thank you, Matt. Any questions for our auditor? No. Okay. So I open the floor to Nancy. Nancy, thank you for joining us as well.
Well, thank you. I was there earlier this morning.
That's all right.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlick, and distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. I work in the Office of State Audit, and I work with Matt as a state auditor. My role in supporting the state is supporting the state of Maine unorganized territories and the unorganized territory education and service funding process that needs to occur in order to support them. I'm not sure how much of you are aware of the unorganized territories or how large they are, but geographically, they are slightly over half of the state of Maine, about 400 small, tiny townships, plantations, gores, a couple of small islands off the coast. I just have a copy here of the state of Maine, where in blue is the unorganized territory. It's primarily northern Maine and some northeast and west northern Maine areas. So it is quite a large portion of Maine. When it comes down to how many residents are in that area, there's a little over 9,000 residents. Seasonally, that can triple, but when it comes down to it, these are the people that are living year-round in these areas and need services and our support. It's really the true rural Maine. In 1978, there was some legislation passed to create the unorganized territory tax district. And that was a way to fund the support and the services that people needed in these areas. Prior to that, these areas and small townships, they had no local or municipal government and very much struggled with trying to provide the services similar to what a town would receive for services. So that was put into place and has developed up until this point. And I appreciate Rebecca from the Maine Municipal Association talking about all of the services that a town or municipality would require. It's very similar to what the UT, unorganized territory, needs for support. Those type of services that Rebecca was mentioning are exactly the same, and they're provided in two different ways. One through actual state agencies that provide support to all of the unorganized territory, and then the counties where the unorganized territory resides provides another level of support. So very similar for, it's at the agency level, the largest level of support and spending into the UT is through education. And Department of Education, they have a separate division, EUT, Education of the Unorganized Territory. They support about 800 students across that area through the half of the state of Maine, 800 students. And their budget is about $13 million. So that is about $13,000 per student, which is on the high side of the state average for tuition. But it kind of makes sense because they're very spread out. They provide transportation, they provide the education services, the actual placement of students, and also any alternative placement that may need to happen because the students are entitled to that. The second agency with a priority of support is Maine Revenue Service. They do a lot of they assess the property that is out there that in people's ownership, and then coordinate with the funding process to implement the taxes that need to happen, the actual billing and collection through property administration. There's a few smaller agencies like Land Use Planning Commission and Forest Fire Protection out of the Department of Agriculture and Conservation and Forestry. And then there's a small amount of funding for general services out of DHHS that's provided. So that would be the agency part of the funding needed to support this very remote area of Maine. And that's about 35% of the funding. The rest of the funding is at the county level, and very similar to what Rebecca was saying, at the county level, the service part is road and bridge maintenance. I've learned a lot about how much it takes to maintain roads or to replace a bridge and how much that costs. Snow removal is another huge expense for them. These are roads that a lot of times are dirt roads, need a lot of maintenance, but then on top of trying to remove the snow to make them passable for the residents that live there. The counties provide solid waste, public safety, and ambulance, fire service, immediate local fire service. So that's the service piece of county. Then county has the other piece that Rebecca was talking about, which is like their overall support that towns pay a county tax for. The UT actually pays a county tax. And that would be for the sheriff's support, the district attorney support, probate, register of deeds, and as Sheriff Troy was saying, the jail operation. So there's really the expenses that happen in the UT. And again, it's very simple.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So the people who own a home within an unorganized territory, they pay a property tax, right?
Right.
And does that go to the state?
Maine Revenue Service collects that, and that goes right to the unorganized territory fund.
Okay. Is that property tax uniform for everybody that's in an unorganized territory?
There's a separate mill rate for each county.
For each county, okay.
Right, that the UT resides in.
Okay. Have we calculated, or do we have any figures as to how much those taxes that they pay actually support the total budgets for unorganized territory?
When we present annually, we present the overall funding required for the UTs.
Yeah.
And in that report, you can see the breakout between here's the agency spending, here's the county service spending by those categories, and then the county taxes.
Okay.
Is that what you're thinking, or?
Well, I was just wondering what amount, like for instance, I'm assuming that their property taxes don't support all the services that they're provided.
The property taxes support all these services. There's no general fund.
Okay, but so the property, but I meant their property taxes versus those of the rest of the county.
It's just the UT property taxes.
Okay, I'll have to check out those. If you could forward, and as a new member of the legislature, if you could forward me any of those recent reports, obviously Penobscot County has a lot of unorganized territories.
Yes,
as
yes,
does,
you do.
as does Aroostook and some of the other areas. So.
Somerset, Piscataquis, those are like the four big ones. Washington.
Yeah, so it'd be helpful for me to get a little bit of background on that. I appreciate it.
Yes, yep, no problem.
Do you have it more to present, Nancy?
Pardon me?
Do you have more to present?
Yes, yes. So those are the services. The actual funding process, just quickly, it's you kind of can read in between the lines from what I was saying. What my role does is coordinate the agency budgets and the county budgets in total for review and submission. We kind of look at year over year and trends and develop what needs to be the funding request that we present via the LD process through legislature. And we should be next month doing a lot of that work to pull that together. And hopefully by March 1st, have that LD in process. Once legislature reviews that, either has recommendations or approves the funding, that's the funding that we know that the unorganized territory taxes need to cover. So Maine Revenue takes that funding along with, during this time, Maine Revenue Service has been assessing the properties and valuating them. So they have that information with the funding, and then they develop the mill rates that need to occur, which will generate the tax bills that would provide all of this funding. In total, it's about $35 million. And when I send that report to you, you'll see that on there. The other piece of this job is, and I'm sorting out my own process because I am new at this position, is the legislative process. I am a legislative designee, so I am receiving the LDs, and just my own process of reviewing which LDs do I think would impact the unorganized territories. And I do think of it as it's really like a town or a municipality. So the same issues that a town or municipality would be concerned about, the UT would be concerned about too. You mentioned earlier revenue sharing. That's something that the UT does participate in too. So I've kind of gone through that in my mind. It's if I see anything that's being sent to the state and local government committee, I want to take a close look at that, or committee on taxation and education, because that is a big component of the service we provide. And another area I'd like to talk about in this position is I'm a member and also the chair of the Commission on Municipal Deorganization, which it doesn't happen that often, but there are times for a town over the years, either people have moved away, the population is really diminished, or the population has aged, that they reach a point they do not feel they can sustain being a town and collecting their own taxes and paying their county tax. And they may reach a point where they decide they want to become part of the unorganized territory. So I am on that commission that kind of advises and kind of walks them through the process. It's a serious decision. I'm going to say on average, it probably takes about 3 years from the onset of the initial petition to actually having an effective date to deorganize. But it is, we do have a commission that does that, and representatives on that would be myself, someone from the Education, EUT, Maine Revenue Service, usually the county commissioner of the town that's impacted, and Land Use Planning Commission. And lastly, another role is I do get phone calls from taxpayers asking why their road isn't being plowed and when will this bridge be repaired. And my role is to listen to them, and then to figure out where is their resource, where's the communication point. A lot of times it's directly to the county for the service, tracking down who owns that road. It could actually be a state road. So I've gotten some questions there. I also refer them to the representatives if they, are feeling they need to elevate an issue or not.
Can I add, in terms of services, like if there's a fire, does the county have basically pay a local fire department to go out there? Or?
I am not.
Go. Hello.
Hi, Nancy. What other questions for you?
Okay. Some of the counties have portions of their budget are to fund some of these smaller fire departments that might be in unorganized territory, or it's to fund their own fire department that supports that. And then there is the state fire service that's available.
Okay, I just didn't know who's usually on call to, to take care of a burning house type of thing, emergency call. That would be the local fire, some sort of local fire department.
Right, right.
Do they contract with local fire departments to handle this, or some of these places have their own fire departments?
Some of them have really small fire departments, and they do receive some funding from the county themselves to be able to have that in that location. It's just so remote that not having like an in-between spot to have someone provide that service.
Well, yeah, it's more things I need to learn about unorganized territories, but thank you very much.
So I believe that's what I had to share on what the unorganized territory is about, what my role is. If anyone has any questions.
It looks like Representative Toole does have a question.
Yep,
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So not really a question, but a comment. One of my good friends is a member of the Maine Forest Service and is quick to point out to me that they cover over 20 million acres across the state with 50 or so employees and whatnot. So they cover a lot of the forest fire, and even in places where there is no fire department, they provide that service. So that is something that folks, and you folks work closely with them, correct?
They are part of the funding that we ask for to support the forest fire protection out of Department of Conservation and Forestry. And that's been interesting to see, because in this position I've kind of looked back in time, and some years there's more funding required, actual funding, some years less, depending on if it's a dry summer or wet summer.
And with that, when a fire department or when a town deorganizes their fire department, or a town deorganizes, that puts more pressure on the state to provide that service, correct?
That would be the case. I know part of when they do decide to deorganize, they have to develop a deorganization procedure or plan, and they do have to have those discussions. What will we do with this fire department? Will the county take it on? Do they sell the equipment and the property? Those are all decisions they'd have to make.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you for your hard work. Auditor, thank you very much. And Auditor Dunlap?
Thank you for the hospitality.
Thank you. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. We'll talk more in the future.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're ahead of schedule, which is always a good thing. Let's see, we have former auditor Terry Hayes, correct? Welcome.
Actually, Senator, former state treasurer.
Former state treasurer, I apologize. And thank you very much. I think you sent everyone on the committee some chocolates.
Well, I was under obligation. I served on the state and local government committee for 6 years of my 8 years in the legislature, and it is a tradition and customary, so I dared not show up without having sent around something. Hopefully everybody got it. I see Randy giving me a thumbs up. Anyway,
I did. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome. It was all COVID friendly, you see. And my only concern was, would the post office deliver it in time? But it looks like everybody got it, I think.
Yeah.
So.
And that was a very kind gesture. Thank
Well,
you.
I feared retribution, Senator.
Oh, I'm sure it would have been swift. But
Right.
thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for your service as state treasurer. And now you're serving as the executive director of the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. And I'm really excited to hear about the importance of that and our future as a state. So take it away.
Thank you,
Director
Senator.
Hayes.
Senator Baldacci and Representative, I'm going to say it correctly, is Matlack, I believe. I don't know that we've met, ma'am, but.
Yes, it is Matlack.
Thank you. And esteemed members of the State and Local Government Committee, I'm jealous. I love sitting at that horseshoe. Now, I know you're not at the horseshoe today, but I miss it. It was a wonderful experience. And I'm grateful to all of you for your service going forward here. I've been the executive director of the Maine Municipal Bond Bank for almost exactly a year. I dreaded when I love that Lynn inquired about my availability for the meeting. But when I realized I was last on the day, the first thing I decided is you probably would be ahead of time. So I was going to come on early just in case, so you don't have to wait for me. And the second thing was it wasn't going to just be a talking head. So with the permission of whoever is the host, if I could share my screen, I have a brief PowerPoint that I want to use.
Director Hayes, you have the floor, so go right ahead.
All right. And I'm hoping you can see my title, Maine Municipal Bond Bank by the numbers.
I don't see anything right this second, but there we go. Yep.
Okay, well, then we'll get started. I have two screens, and I guess it depends where the cursor is. I'm learning every day about this remote technology. So we are a bank, so numbers are important to us. And I wanted to start with the part of the statute that created the bond bank and lists our powers and responsibilities just for reference purposes. And just historically, the bond bank was created in 1971. So I wanted to start with a question for you. Now, this is a Jeopardy item. $844,570,462. So my question is, what would your Jeopardy answer be for that number? And I believe in slow genius, so I don't want you to answer this necessarily right now, but we'll come back to that question by the time we get done, okay? 844,570,462. Pretty impressive number.
I didn't realize there was a quiz going.
Well, it's kind of just the fun part. Again, you guys have had a whole day of Zoom, and I'm the last on your agenda.
No,
But
no, I appreciate that.
they're
Thank
going
you.
to get me there, guys. Okay, I was going to need some help. This happens to be a screenshot, but I want to take you to the treasurer's website. Treasurer Beck addressed a piece of this when he was speaking with you this morning. But this is a site that consolidates the different types of debt that the state has some responsibility for. And when he was talking about general obligation bonds are just a financing tool. And the treasurer's office does all the GO bonds that you will vote on in the legislature and your constituents will eventually vote on. What we're doing at the bond bank are a bunch of these other types of bonds that you don't vote on necessarily. So we manage the government facilities bonds. We'll get to that in a minute because that's the second part of my presentation. But we are doing the Garvey bonds, the TransCap bonds, the liquor bonds. And then as I scroll down here, you'll see the moral obligation debt. The bond bank is listed among the Maine State Housing Authority, Maine Health and Higher Education Facilities, the Finance Authority of Maine, and so forth. We are all entities that do moral obligation bonds, and which is different from a general law bond. So and much of what we're doing, I decided I wanted to share with you folks based on your own districts. So I asked my staff for some help finding some things that we have participated in the financing in each of your districts. So Representative Matlack, the town recently, they may not, I assume they might be finished, or may still be in the process of renovating.
That is where they are now, have the town offices, as that is at the former Laura Libby School.
Well, we financed $1 million for that project.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, I really tried to find places that you folks might drive by on a regular basis, so you would see how ubiquitous the impact is of the bond bank. Representative Bryant and Wyndham, the new Public Works building, I just stole the headline from the Wyndham Eagle, which about a year ago, and we financed $9.3 million for that project for the town of Wyndham. Let's see here who we got. Representative Rosen and Representative Downs. This is a bit older financing, but at over $8.2 million for the middle school in Bucksport was financed through the bond bank. Senator Claxton, another older piece, but this I know was a building many, even those of us not from Auburn, would recognize, but $13.1 million for the Auburn City Hall. That was done several years ago. Representative Head up in Bethel, the new fire station. Well, it was new in 2004, just almost $1.5 million. And Representative Greenwood, your district posed a particular conundrum for me just because of the way it's laid out. So I took advantage of you. I have told people, because of the borrowing that we do on behalf of Garvey and Transcap for the Department of Transportation, you are hard pressed to travel on a paved road in the state of Maine that we didn't have some role in helping finance. So I chose to go to the Department of Transportation's website and put the town of Wales in. And any of you can do this. This happens to be what screenshot of what comes up for Wales, but I want to show you this because among the things that you will find, I hope you will find helpful in all of your service to the state, this is an interactive work plan website that the Department of Transportation does, and you literally can pick a town and go to that town, and we'll go to Auburn for Senator Claxton, and there may be less. Sometimes the cities, nothing's coming up that I can see, which is not a good example. I should have test driven the link by then. Sometimes in the more urban areas, the plan is, well, I found it to be less clear. But if we, well, as I said, I did Wales, that one I knew what come up. What happens when we click Arundel and find out? If nothing keeps coming up, I'm just going to have to say, okay, I should have left that link alone. I'm getting nothing. I apologize. Okay, so much for that side trip. Whoops, nope. Oh gosh, there we go. Sorry about that. It really does work for reasons I don't understand. It's just not working for me now.
I actually looked at it this morning and it did work for my municipalities. Yes, it even tells you about last year's work.
There you go. So again, Representative Greenwood, I didn't have a visual to depict something physical that we've contributed to, but it was an opportunity for me to show my naivete with their website. Senator Baldacci, the city of Bangor, $3.1+ million. This is the clean water program. We finance the clean water program and the drinking water program. And this is ongoing. I mean, there's no photos of the final piece because it's not done yet, but it's construction that's in process at the Davis Brook, for the Davis Brook regulator. Part of the.
Thank you very much. That's a important project because of our ongoing EPA responsibilities.
Precisely. Representative Toole, and I confess, I know that you're from East Machias, sir, but I was looking for a picture of the sewer main replacement in Machias that we funded just under $1 million in 2017. And I couldn't find a picture of that, but I found this wonderful shot of, aerial view of downtown. But the sewer main replacement is part of that infrastructure in some of the more developed areas that we help fund for system improvements and replacements. Representative Paulus in Bath. The Bath Water District, the water treatment plant improvements, $3.6 million. We financed that in 2019. And Representative Reisman in Harrison, the Bridgeton wastewater treatment plant. I know you're from Harrison, sir, but I believe Bridgeton is in your district. That's a $2 million project that is currently underway that we funded in 2020. And Representative Head up in Rangeley, again, difficult. You know what I like this picture, Representative, because this is actual local contractor that was doing the work with for the water main replacement for Rangeley Water District, and we funded just over $500,000 for that project in 2019. I don't recognize the exact location, but it's in Rangeley. And then Representative Copeland, I know you represent Saco, but the Saco River Intake and Pump Station, which services the water customers in the city of Saco, is actually physically located in Biddeford. And this is not the actual building, it's a representation in the planning process, but that was a $4 million loan that we facilitated in 2020. So those are just examples from all across the state and districts where you folks represent of ways that folks at the bond bank have helped make a difference for Mainers. You know, clean water, drinking water, education, school, state revolving loan fund, and the general resolution program, as well as the DOT, two bond programs that we manage. So it brings us back to the Jeopardy item. $844,570,462. We got any guesses?
Committee members, any guesses?
Is that the current level of bonding?
No, but that's a really good guess.
Representative Copeland, you had your hand up.
What is the amount of bonding for last year?
No, but again, another really good guess. So let me tell you, that is the amount of money that moved in or out of the bond bank in calendar year 2020, just for the bond bank programs. Now remember, I haven't told you about government facilities yet. We'll get there. This is just the bond bank, the different programs that I've listed. When I say money that's moved in and out, some of it represents bonds that we sold in 2020 and brought the cash in and then distributed out to the borrowers themselves. Others, it represents payments on prior bonds. There are 19 people that work at the bond bank and 6 of them are accountants. So this is what they're doing. They're keeping track of that $844.5 million, one calendar year. Now remember that only because we're going to go on now. We're going to take a look at the Governmental Facilities Authority. When we were looking at the Treasurer's website with the list of debt that's there, we're going to go back there for a minute. Government facilities is listed here under tax supported debt, and it's you know how general obligation bonds have to be voted on both by the legislature and then by the general public? We had difficulty historically in getting bonds passed that would allow us to build courthouses and prisons. Those are services that we had to provide as part of state government, but it was difficult to get the public to agree that they were willing to support them, even though we had to do them. So again, the legislature created the Maine Government Facilities Authority in statute, and its primary purpose initially was for the courts, and then it was broadened to courts and corrections, and then it was broadened to government facilities. So that is the organization that we manage within the bond bank. The bond bank was founded first, and when the Government Facilities Organization was created, it made sense for efficiency purposes to have it managed by the bond bank. So it's a separate board Policy Board. And I serve as the executive director for both organizations. So primarily, this is, I guess it kind of depends on who you ask, but some folks would say it's a bit of a workaround because the Government Facilities Authority will, with legislative approval, because this stuff is actually in the budget, the state ends up paying it back through lease payments, but we'll go to the bond market, raise the money for the projects that have been approved by the administration, the legislature, make those monies available. And we're going to go through some examples. Let me just go down through here. So Representative Dorr, the new Capitol Judicial Center in Augusta was built. Look at that math. The biggest chunk of it was funded in 2013, almost 22.5 million, but another $1 million in 2014. And this facility, which is a short walk from the State House. And but it's an example of a building that the main government facilities technically owns. Technically, we built it. We provided the money to build it. And the judicial branch of the state, through sources of revenue, pays us on a biannual basis, and then we make the bond payments with that money. And once those bonds are paid off, we transfer title and ownership of the property to the state. But for the time being, the Government Facilities Authority owns that campus. Representative Bryant in Windham, there's a very large construction project going on at the Correctional Center in Windham. And again, I pilfered the headline and the photo from the newspaper, but this is another example of an investment on the part of the Government Facilities Authority to help meet the needs within the Department of Corrections, all of which was vetted and approved by the legislature, and we're managing both the acquisition of those funds and then the payment schedules that come with it. The Judicial Data Storage Project, this was a huge undertaking. I grabbed a picture on the left of the paper files that exist. I think I'm not sure, but I think it's Bangor. It could be Portland, just one of the larger district courts. And the judicial branch has worked with Tyler Technologies to develop a totally digital format for their record keeping, which is still, I don't think they've actually gone live yet statewide. But that was an over $13 million project that began in 2016, and we funded it in 2 chunks.
Penobscot County is doing it. Is a pilot project in Penobscot County. So it's not completely statewide, but they've had our law offices in this county have to file cases electronically in Bangor. Mm-hmm. So we're doing it as a pilot project to see how it's going to go.
You're doing the beta testing. I love it. Well, this is a statewide impact, obviously, Yeah. So this is another example of a project that we acquired the money for and technically own the hardware pieces of it, but and the state pays us those bond payments. We pass them on to the bondholders until they're paid off. This was the biggest one I really wanted. I know that you folks aren't able to do your routine work on the Capitol campus at the moment, but when you are, those who went before us, literally starting back as early as 1998, 1999, started making some significant improvements to the physical plant, not only of the State House itself, but the cross office building, the connector that runs between the 2 buildings, both outside as well as the tunnel, and then the landscaping and the traffic management and so forth. $73.5 million over that span of time, 15, 16 years that went into that part of our state government infrastructure, and all of that 17.5 million in I think there were 6 different bond sales that the bond bank managed over that period of time in order to generate what you see and enjoy now when you are able to go back to work in that setting. So a big investment, and again, we're collecting the payments from the state, passing them on to the bondholders, and that is what Government Facilities Organization does. So another Jeopardy item. What's $355,503,918?
I'll take a guess. How about available lending resources?
No, but another good guess. Once we sell a bond, the money's already committed. So we can go to the market anytime that the state has a need. It's a complicated process, but there's a lot of people that help us do it and do it well. I'm going to tell you though, this is how much money we moved in or out just on behalf of the Government Facilities Authority in one calendar year. $355,503,918. So you add those two numbers together, and it's a substantial amount of money that the bond bank staff has managed and is accountable for both government facilities and for the bond bank's programs themselves.
Wow.
A lot of money. And I didn't even talk about health and higher education. That we manage that authority as well for the state, but the Committee of Oversight is the Education and Cultural Services Committee. So
if a community wants to build a new high school, does that go through that education, one of these bond banks that you guys manage, or?
The primary education funding that we do is through the state revolving renovation loan fund. So a brand new high school would go through the Department of Education, and they have teed up and have a needs list and the points and so forth. We're not doing that. We're doing more often. We're doing renovation projects, or if a district doesn't want to wait. So there's a mix is the answer to your question, and it depends on a number of other details. Okay. But yes, we fund some, and others are through a different funding mechanism through the Department of Education.
Okay.
So, anybody recognize this building? Anybody know where it is?
Is that out behind the Augusta Civic Center?
Who is that? I can't see you, so I don't know who's.
Matlack.
Thank you, Representative Matlack. Well, it's not behind the Civic Center, no.
Okay.
But it's in the neighborhood. You're very close.
Yeah. Out near where the other, like the Maine Education Association lives and so forth, that area?
Well, if you've gotten off the turnpike at the exit that you would get off to go to the Augusta Civic Center, if I mentioned the Walmart intersection, would you know where I'm speaking about? This building is on the Walmart intersection, so you see it. You probably drive by it routinely. It houses the Bangor Savings Bank, and the signage that's on the road side of the building identifies Bangor Savings Bank. This is the bond bank building. We own the building. We occupy the second and the third floors, and Bangor Savings is our tenant on the first floor. And very few people know where we are. We've just undergone a significant renovation, which actually had started before I arrived in my role last January. But we are really looking forward to inviting you folks to come and visit with us once we're able to have company again. So that's an invitation that I can promise you will be forthcoming in the future once we're not a danger to each other anymore. So that's my presentation on the bond bank, making a difference in all kinds of Maine's communities. I'm gonna stop sharing screen now.
Director Hayes, that's been very informative. I wanted to ask committee members if there's any committee members that have questions. Representative Reisman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Terry, thank you for your presentation. And I have two questions. One, does your lending activity have an effect on the state's credit rating?
Not really, and I'll tell you why. And this is something I actually learned in my state treasurer's role. And if the state controller were present and the DAF's commissioner, I think they would echo my comments. The state's credit rating is most directly determined by the quality of the state's economy and not necessarily by anything that we do, which is frustrating because we think we can impact it. But if you look nationally, which is the pool that we're swimming in terms of how we're graded on our credit rating, we're a really small piece of the national economy compared to many of our fellow states. So the answer is no, it really doesn't have an impact. If we were doing it poorly, Representative, it might have a negative impact. But each of the programs that we're running has a reserve fund attached to it. And we have more money in reserve than we are required to have, sometimes by a factor of more than 2. So we are not a drag on the state's credit rating at all. I would suggest there's a greater benefit that accrues as a result of these construction projects that are happening literally statewide. Is more of a positive impact than any drag that we may create. So I don't believe we have an impact at all. And to the extent we do, I would suggest it's probably much more positive than negative.
Okay, can I have one follow-up question? And that has to do with the mission of the bond bank. I applaud all the heavy-duty construction projects and all that, but is there any chance in the future that you'll be funding such priorities such as broadband and solar through your organization?
We actually are available to fund projects or help access money for those projects now, Representative, and have been keeping our ear to the ground for communities that are interested. Particularly when it comes to broadband, remember we're not a grant agency. We're selling bonds, so we're getting cash from the bondholders in order to redistribute that to borrowers, and we do it in a pooled situation, so it reduces the cost to all of the borrowers. But if we have communities or public entities that want to take on those projects, we're all over it. We're taking applications now. So if you're aware of someone in your district or communities that are interested, please, I put my card in with the chocolate so that you would know how to get a hold of me. Please direct them to me and we'll see what we can do.
What is the typical interest rates that you would charge communities, say in 2020?
Well, we don't charge communities any interest rate. The interest rate is generally determined in the bond market itself, and interest rates have never been lower than they are right now. But every day,
if a community came to you and wanted to invest in broadband, upgrading coverage or whatever in the area for schools or something like that, what would they pay in terms? What is it now in terms of rates?
Okay, we haven't been to the bond bank. We haven't been to the bond market for the bond bank since last October. So I would be giving you October numbers. We just went for the Health and Higher Education Facilities Authority. I don't want to misspeak, so hang on just a second.
That's all right. That's all right.
I'm speaking off the cuff here. I think that the total all-in interest rate on it was a 20-year package with multiple borrowers was 1.3.
Oh, wow.
So that's what I'm saying. You have not seen interest rates this low.
Right.
And because our preference is not, most of our borrowers are small, you look across Maine's communities, they're smaller communities. We don't go on behalf of the town of Hartford. We put Hartford, we go in the spring and in the fall. Mm-hmm. So we publish that calendar on our website so that municipalities know. We put it in the Maine Townsman. that way we might have 17 communities that want to borrow all for different things, and we bundle all those together and go to the bond market on, for all of them to once. It reduces the cost of issuance significantly to the borrowers. And it also, because our pool is so diverse and deep in that sense, we have a very good credit rating. And so the town of Hartford may not have its own credit rating because they haven't borrowed, haven't gone through the exercise, and it's expensive to do it, but they could ride our credit rating because we're the ones that are insuring it with our pool and with the general law reserve fund.
Great. That's good to know. Thank you very much. Are there other questions?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
Representative Copeland.
Yeah. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the chocolate, Terry, and the and the civility pins. The world could use some civility. My question is about school bonding and buildings. So you showed us a lot of different things that I'm just wondering, are schools included in this? Because I know there's a list of, you have to submit, and then there's a list of where you are on the get your school building built list. And I'm wondering how this bonding system does or does not connect with that.
Well, the Department of Education does all the vetting. We don't do any of the vetting, but we will provide the bond mechanism once the Department of Education decides who's first in line or whose projects get funded. That's why I want to be clear about it. We're not vetting. The Department of Ed does all of that. Just like the Department of Transportation decides what to do with the Garvey bond funds or the TransCap bond funds, but we get them the money. So we really are a banker in that sense. And those are customers of ours. They're deciding what to do with the money, and we're getting the money for them.
I think you're on mute, Senator Baldacci. Senator Baldacci, I think you're on mute. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Sorry. Director Hayes, thank you very much. We very much appreciate your time and obviously your service. Did you have any parting comments? We look forward to
I really want to thank you all. I very much appreciate the opportunity. I tried to do this at a level that wouldn't put you to sleep at the end of a long day of sitting and getting. But I look forward to the opportunity to meet with you folks in person, have you learn more about what we do. When I gave you those two numbers, those two big numbers, one for the bond bank and one for the government facilities, I got to get the number for HEFA. That one wasn't ready yet, but that would be the sum total of what we managed in one 12-month period of time. So we're making an impact all across the state, and if you can help us spread the word in your communities, we'll be grateful. And I do look forward to seeing everybody in person at some point. And I think I'll bring you extra chocolates if you have a civility pin on when I see you. How's that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very
all.
much, Director.
Thank you.
And Lynn, how you doing today?
I am doing fine.
I think we've accomplished our agenda for today.
You did accomplish your agenda for today. Would you like me to remind the members what happens on Wednesday?
Yeah.
That would be great.
Okay. So Wednesday morning at 10, you have another orientation. The County Commissioners Association is going to come. The main commission for community service is going to come. Those will be short. The Commission on Community Service is very similar to the bond bank, which meaning it's a statutorily created entity that is within this committee's jurisdiction. You're also going to be hearing from the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, which is known as DAFS. That should all be done in time for you to have about a 45-minute break before there is the joint hearing with AFA for the budgets, the supplemental budgets. The invitation to the AFA meeting comes from the clerk of AFA. Her name is Maureen Dawson. So I think that's been sent out. If you have trouble though finding it, Maureen Dawson is the clerk who can help you. I have it too. So, you know, if all else fails, you can send me an email and I will forward it along. So that's what's on Wednesday, starting at 10.
Great. Cheryl, did you have your hand up?
Yes, just a quick question. There's a Roberta Manter from Maine Roadways. She's been wanting to do a meet and greet, and I told her that we weren't doing a meet and greet, and she's now questioning when it's going to be.
If I may, Senator Baldacci?
Yes, go ahead.
May I make a suggestion? So the Roberta Manter, some committees have had meet and greets, which are when they basically ask anyone who is interested, they register. It's like a public testimony. Historically, state and local has not done that, but IFNW does that. Agriculture does that. That's a different forum. And so that's what Roberta Manter is interested in, is that different forum. The committee can, at its discretion, open up that kind of, you know, have an additional orientation meeting where you send out invitations to the entire interested parties list. I just want to point out that that's a different kind of meeting that you're more than welcome to have, and Cheryl and I will help you set it up.
Okay, Co-Chair Matlack, what are your thoughts about that?
I think we had discussed this earlier, and it appeared that this committee does not necessarily attract the meet and greet kind of get-togethers. So I'm wondering if just sort of fitting somebody in at an opportune time, that would probably be the best.
Okay, is that workable, Cheryl?
As long as Lynn wants to put something like that on the schedule, that's fine with me.
I can, if you want, I can bring that up.
It doesn't have to be this week, right?
No.
Correct.
So maybe the week of the February 8th or so.
Okay. Yep. I will. I'll check with Lynn and we'll set something up.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Does any member have a? Okay, Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I'm getting feedback. So
I'm turning off.
okay. So no, I was just in that as we do have other presenters come in. I think it's important that if they're going to be an organization, that they just, as opposed to presenting about a bill or different forms of legislation, I think it's more important that they do an informational presentation as to do a short informational presentation as to who they are and what topics they generally cover. So I think that's critical, that if we were going to have others interest, that's the way it should be handled.
Okay, that's good points. I think that I agree, and I think that's what we'll do. Is that okay, Cheryl? As long as that's communicated to the groups and including
Yeah,
this one.
I'll just make sure I talk with Lynn, and before we send anything out, she always asks me to check with you two as well.
Okay, great. Senator Claxton, using the raised hand function. Very good.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to be trained myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that whatever you decide to do for interested parties, that Ms. Manther is an encyclopedic source of information about roads and discontinued byways and a whole bunch of stuff I'd never heard about before 2 years ago. So she can be a real resource down the road.
Well, that's great to know. Representative Greenwood.
Yes,
You're up.
just a clarification question. Would it be possible to have all future documents come in a PDF form? Because I am not able to open the Microsoft Word or Excel spreadsheets.
I am glad you said that because I couldn't agree more.
Yes, and I did that. I did that for a person in the other committee. So from now on, I'll just change everything into a PDF and send it out to you before I send out the bad one.
Yeah, if you could, some of it, yeah, the Microsoft sometimes, I agree with Representative Greenwood. Is, so I would love to have a PDF as well, if that's possible, Ms. McGowan. So, any other comments or questions? Okay, well, I hope this concludes our meeting, and I appreciate everyone's time. That was very productive, and I look forward to talking with everybody on Wednesday. Thank you very much.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Senator, Representative Matlock, hello, somebody. I need somebody to say it's adjourned before I can turn off the YouTube.